Okay, everyone, I think we're going to get started. We are here convening the meeting of the public hearing for the Government Oversight Committee on Tuesday, March 11th. The bills that are for review for this public hearing include House Bill 7183, an act concerning the regulation of long-term care insurance and reports concerning such insurance. House Bill 7184, an act concerning government oversight. House Bill 7186, an act requiring a report concerning the use of body scanning machines and strip and cavity searches in correctional facilities. House Bill number 7185, an act concerning ethics. Senate Bill number 1467, an act requiring a review of the cost of special education services provided by private providers. And Senate Bill 1468, an act concerning government accountability. Wonderful. And we have our first speaker ready to go. So Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chairs Gadkar Wilcox and Reps Dathan and the distinguished members of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is State Rep Ann Hughes of the 135th House District, and I really want to thank you for bringing House Bill 7186 as a committee bill before you, a report concerning the use of body scanners and machines and strip cavity searches, because I really think this committee is the right place for a review of systemic oversight of our government sanctioned policies. And the background is Public Act 2312 tasks the DOC with reviewing the use of body scanners as an alternative means to strip searches where possible and identifying where they would be most effective in reducing strip searches. That was passed in 2023. We have yet to really see a significant change in this policy. And I find that as a problem as, a legislator. When I review the current policy, I find it is really outdated. It is not trauma informed. Strip search makes a very big distinction between strip search and cavity search, as if a strip search to stand naked for a systemic visual inspection of an unclothed inmate's hair, body, cavities, nose, underarms, soles of feet, under breast, between toes, rectum, and genitalia is not humiliating and abusive, and it is. It is humiliating, abusive, and degrading, and it is a normalized and frequent practice. And I really want to ask this committee why we are continuing to use not in trauma-informed systemic practice when there is a non-abusive technology solution that is better and not traumatizing to use. And if there's a question of cost alone, I want to address that as well. But the reason I use abuse and trauma-informed is because abuse is centered on power and control. And any domestic violence survivor knows, any child abuse survivor knows, any sexual assault victim survivor knows, and any domestic violence survivor knows that abuse is about power and control, not necessarily about physical contact or physical harm. And in other committees, we are updating our policies around PTSI injury to include first responders and portal-to-portal dispatchers in seeing things besides a bodily limb injury to qualify for PTSI. And I would submit that we are further harming both our workforce and our already traumatized, incarcerated, and many with mental health issues by doing these casual abusive practices when there are better non-invasive, non-abusive technology available. I think it's really important to understand that when you have a traumatized individual that you are degrading and humiliating. By the way, the policies do not say anything about verbal degradation during these commands and during this practice. It does say that it's supposed to be videotaped if there's any resistance or combative, which is further traumatizing again to all of those survivors of trauma that I spoke about. The natural trauma response to that type of abuse is aggression or self-defense or combative or non-compliance. That is a natural trauma response. And yet, when inmates can't help themselves and do that, it invites excessive force. And this state is already paying out tens of millions of dollars just last week in in claims brought by families of incarcerated members whose family member died at the hands of excessive force of our corrections. And nobody is held accountable because it is systematized. It is systematized. That is, so the taxpayers essentially pay out tens of millions of dollars of claims for these suits, which are going to continue because the cycle of escalation of excessive force continues, because this is an abusive practice. So we have, asked for a review. We finally got a letter, which I think you have before you, dated January 30th, 2024. We have a Falcon report that has a bunch of recommendations. And the bottom line is that they recommend the purchase and use of 26 of these body scanners throughout our facilities, and they've numbered how many in each, to the cost of $4 million. It would require some training of how to use it and so forth, but it does conclude that it would reduce 250,000 strip searches in the course of 1 year. 250,000 strip searches. Keep in mind, we have about between 10,000 and 11,000 detainees under our custody. And I don't know why we don't do that, because we are continuing to pay out tremendous claims, rightfully so. And this would greatly reduce this abusive practice. So I am so grateful to you for raising this bill, and I hope you hear this testimony on why this is an outdated, not trauma-informed, and actually harms both the workforce and the detainees in custody.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Representative Hughes. Are there questions? Oh, there's a question from Representative Gawker first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Hughes, for bringing this forward. In fairness, I will say I do know a party or an individual personal to me who has suffered through some of this. Can you further elaborate on how this sort of activity may contribute to them having a negative experience in our correctional institutions that may lead to furthering behavioral issues?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative. The settlement case that you're referring to was an individual with severe mental health issues. And the non-compliance of a strip search can easily, immediately lead to escalation and use of excessive force, or in that case, close, in violation of their own procedures, but close use of pepper spray and refusing to decontaminate and follow procedure, basically. But a trauma response is combativeness, is self-defense, is non-compliance, which is listed here as a reason to go further, and a reason to further restrict and in fact a reason to go ahead and use what they call a constrained strip search. And it is very violating, very humiliating, very traumatizing, and it results in the person being, hogtied, 4-point restraint, in-cell restraint, and pepper sprayed at close, all kinds of horrible things that, like I say, it harms and in some cases kills the detainee. But it also takes a toll, a mental health toll, on the enforcers. And that is what that's why I refer to the PTSI of first responders that we're dealing with in labor committee, because there is tremendous PTSI on the in the case of these corrections officers that witness, that have a hand in that, and that is why they all know to a person the timeline till they get to retire with a full pension. That's why there's a much higher rate of suicide, and a much higher rate and a much lower life expectancy for these folks too. It takes a toll. It is not about safety and security, because it really is harmful to both workforce and the detainees. It's a trauma response.
And I would I want to thank you for bringing this forward and testifying on this. And I am in much agreement with what you have stated. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask my question in traffic.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Hughes. Are there any other questions? Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Oh, Representative.
Thank you so much. And thank you for bringing this to our attention. I really was not made fully aware of this issue because I don't sit on judiciary. But I was going through some of the appendices of the January report that you were talking about. One was the cost of the said machine. Is this what they kind of have like at airports and other sort of facilities? Are there special type of scanners that are done that are recommended, and are other states using these sort of equipment?
The one that is recommended that the appendices refers to is being used in other correctional facilities. So I think there is a higher sensitivity to what would be considered contraband than the airport scanners. It's also low, I don't know if you call it low radiation to support and protect the workforce from exposure, and also, yeah, so it's very specific in here, and that's why I think that they might have been quoting 2023 costs of 153 or 158,000 a unit.
Okay. So in terms of the numbers per facility, I was a bit sort of surprised at the numbers, particularly if, we have a declining inmate population, why so many might be needed. And if you were to prioritize, it is $160,000 per machine, all in. Would you prioritize any institutions that they had listed out in I think it's the Appendix 3?
Yeah, I see that.
Or they
Again,
said 26.
I see 26. I see that they have 3 in Garner, 2 in most of the others, but Bridgeport 1, York 2. Again, keep in mind that some of New Haven Correctional and Bridgeport are often pre-sentencing. They're just being held there. So, and unfortunately, as you've seen, a lot of times people with severe mental health issues, behavioral health issues, end up in these facilities and can't afford bail, whatever. So they're being held there. So, it's hard for me to say they don't require one, because that might be exactly where it would be best used, is where people are, temporarily being held while we sort through which system they're going to go to ultimately, but yeah, I mean, start with any number of them. We passed this in 2023, and start reducing this highly traumatizing, highly abusive. And that's why I call it strip abuse, because they're acting like according to the policies that you have before you, that this is not abusive, but it's not trauma informed either. And you're going to hear testimony today from people who will not be transferred or be, who will not show up at their hearing and so forth, or have visits towards the end of their to the end of their sentence, because it is so traumatizing. They can't survive it. They can't go through it. There's panic attacks. There's all kinds of triggers. They know they're going to be combative, and that's going to extend their time. So that's why it is really abusive practice.
Okay. In terms of your research, for other states, I think you mentioned, other states do utilize these. In terms of, are they widely used, and are strip searches widely used in other states, where machines like these don't have it
Well-
seems like
Well, that's
from what I'm
partly what
hearing, it's every time that you have a in-person visit
that's right.
with an incarcerated individual, that incarcerated individual has to then have a strip search. And my feeling, how you were describing them, it doesn't sound like it's a quick process. Sounds long. Where these machines, if it's similar to like an airport scanner, would be relatively quick and reduce the amount of
Exactly.
time
They
as
say
well.
they can do, I don't know, 185 an hour, something like
Yeah.
that. So they can't do that many searches an hour, individually. The Falcon report does refer more to how that's implemented in other states than I have off the top of my head. But
You submitted those as part of your testimony?
yes.
Okay,
yeah.
great. So we can
Mhm.
refer to those online. In terms of, one of the aspects of the bill is, the number of strip searches and cavity searches of persons who are incarcerated. Are you aware if DOC, lists that anywhere as part of their metrics that
What's
they?
interesting is that they say in their report in 2024 that there was no authorized cavity searches, but the interesting thing about so that means that there has to be medical personnel present for an authorized search. We don't know how many unauthorized searches there were. In fact, strip searches by its own policy is not, if it's a regular strip search, and not necessarily reasonable suspicion, or they're in a segregated area or whatever, they don't write any report. So their estimation of how many that have occurred is because of the incidence of transfer, or the incidence of visitors. They know how many visitors there are. They know they do it every time there's a visitor, but they don't write any report. So we have no oversight. And this is what I'm getting at, why it's so important that your committee is taking this on. We have no oversight of, anybody could be saying anything to those inmates that they crude, and you will hear testimony of what they do say to people, and lewd and crude and abusive comments. There is no metric of how many people are witnessing it, of corrections. It could be a whole gang of corrections officers. The only time is that you're supposed to write a report if it's cross-gender. And again, that doesn't feel to me like that's very trauma-informed, as if a person of the same gender wouldn't be making demeaning, humiliating, and abusive comments. Being amused by it, any of those kinds of things. And the other thing I will say is that this practice, in doing my research, comes directly from the slave trade and the horse trade. The slave trade and the horse trade. Why? Because potential buyers are inspecting their property, and these inmates are considered property. They're not used by the first names. And so this is a practice straight out of the slave trade and the horse trade.
And how are those handled?
Yeah, you're going to hear a lot about that today. There is one particularly egregious lawsuit, again, that as a result of strip searches, the detainee escalated and was killed by excessive force by, officers kicking him in the face and beating him. And again, this is on camera in the security systems. And these lawsuits must be defended by our attorney general because it is our state sanctioned services that are doing this. And we are already paying out this year alone, tens of millions of dollars for settling those claims. Again, there's no civil or criminal liability. And those are going to continue. In fact, I think we are just a big, huge, fat class action lawsuit waiting to happen that is going to cost the taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars because we know that this is going on our watch and we're not doing anything about it.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all for me.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. I want to note that I was at that Judiciary Committee hearing that you, I think, are referencing, and I was alarmed that not only did it result in death, but it resulted in significant liability for the state. And so I think you make an important point about measures that can be taken also to de-escalate situations. So trauma-informed practices will help ensure that that knee-jerk response, right? It does not escalate a situation, which then results in further injury and then significant liability. Not to mention of course the importance of thinking about when there's an alternative technology that preserves dignity in that way and reduces harm. That's what we should be looking into. So I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you. I will just say that, that trauma-informed response, I think about my own mother who had dementia, but she fell during COVID and had a hip replacement. And the physical therapist, again, this is under our, medical care, say to her, march, lift up your leg, do this. Now she had early dementia. She couldn't comply. So what happened? She became combative. So they strapped her and confined her into a wheelchair. So that is just a natural human instinct that is, that is through frustration and despair and trauma. And keep in mind, it's about power and control, really, more than safety. And we think about through the spectrum of our facilities, how that is so often the response. And I think we need to try a different way.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Okay, our next speaker is, I think it's Christina Gio is going to, and so Heather is not testifying, or will she also be testifying after you?
Hi, good afternoon. It's Christina Gio, and I'm
Gio.
the acting child advocate from the Office of the Child Advocate. Heather Pansera is an assistant child advocate. She's our facility person, and she's remote in case there are questions, but I'll do the testimony if that's okay.
Yes,
with the
please.
Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Senator Gadkar-Wilcox, Representative Datham, Senator Sampson, and the distinguished members of the committee. My name is Christina Gio. I'm the acting child advocate at the Office of the Child Advocate. The Office of the Child Advocate is an independent state agency charged with evaluating the delivery of services to children and making recommendations in relation to that. One of our specific charges under our statute is to review and report on the conditions of confinement for children under the age of 22. And in relation to that, we look at the conditions of confinement in DOC facilities specific to that age group. And so we're here to testify and raise Bill number 7186, an act concerning the use of body scanning machines and strip and cavity searches in correctional facilities. On any given day, there are approximately 400 to 500 incarcerated 18 to 21-year-olds, 94 to 97% of whom are boys. Black and Hispanic young people are disproportionately represented. And based on our data and review, again, for this age group, Black individuals consistently represent about 55% of the population, incarcerated population, and Hispanic individuals consistently represent about 30% of those who are incarcerated. Anyone who enters the facility is strip searched, including anyone who leaves to go to court and come back, to transfer from one facility to another, or to go for a medical trip. In our review of the conditions of confinement, we developed significant concerns about the conditions for those who are placed in restrictive housing statuses. And there are several different statuses. There's short-term restrictive housing would be punitive segregation related to a specific disciplinary incident. And those range from 1 to 15 days, again, for our age group, with most often being about 5 days in punitive segregation. And then there are other restrictive housing statuses that are much longer term. And in our review of those, we actually found individuals who had been on those restrictive statuses for years. Okay. And so in that context, I think there are a few things that are important. So in all of those restrictive housing statuses where we looked at the 18 to 21-year-olds, they spend almost all hours of the day alone in their cell. There are some who have cellmates, but by and large, they're alone in their cell. Meals are provided through a slot in the door, and no data is collected with regard to strip searches in these settings. What we found is that in restrictive settings, in particular, security risk group phase 1 and in administrative segregation 1, 2, and 3, they're different phases. And I put some definitions in the back of our testimony in case that would be helpful. But in those particular restrictive housing settings, strip searches are routine. If you leave your cell for any reason, you're going for a clinical visit, you're going to school, you're going on a family visit, you will be strip searched. And this acts as a deterrent for engaging in the very few opportunities to engage with other people while in these settings. And for these young people who frequently have histories of abuse or neglect and exposure to violence during childhood, they are traumatic. They're traumatic for anyone. They are particularly traumatic if you have a history of abuse or neglect. And as was talked about by Representative Hughes, we can't assume that doing this work does not take a toll on the mental health and well-being of the correctional officers. So we support the use of body scanners to minimize the need for strip searches for individuals who are incarcerated, especially in those restrictive housing settings where it is a very frequent occurrence. We also support them at the entrances to limit contraband, both for the safety of the staff and for those who are incarcerated. And during our review, we reviewed the records of one 19-year-old who was transferred from MYI to another adult facility and placed in restrictive housing. He was strip searched and placed in a cell alone at the time that he was removed from his school in MYI to go to restrictive housing. He was later transferred from MYI to another DOC facility and immediately placed in restrictive housing in a cell alone. The next day, he was found unresponsive in an outdoor recreation area where he had been placed alone, and it was later determined he ingested fentanyl. And so we think it's critically important to address contraband coming in. It impacts the safety and well-being of everyone who is incarcerated, in addition to the correctional officers. And we too note in our testimony, Public Act 23-12, and we would encourage the state to allocate the resources to get the body scanners and reduce these strip searches. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I just have one question. Do you have a report already on what trauma-informed care would look like more holistically?
Yeah, we don't have a report specific to that. We are going to be issuing actually very soon a report on the conditions of confinement where we do have recommendations related to this issue and others. I think the Falcon report that was mentioned by Representative Hughes in particular talks about strip searches and the fact that they're outdated and also makes recommendations. We certainly think that any changes that are made need to be trauma informed. Again, we look, often what we do is because we have access, we can take an individual and find out what their DCF history is, right? So we look at that and we know that many of the incarcerated individuals have an abuse and neglect history. And that impacts how they're going to respond. And it creates a point of potential conflict, right? Which impacts the individual, but also the correctional officer. And if we can do this, you know, if there's a need to ensure that the person does not have contraband, a weapon, whatever it is, we can do that in a way that does not involve a strip search and can keep everyone safe, then we think that should be done.
No, absolutely. And if you, when this report is compiled, if you can share that information, because it would just be good to understand sort of what this could look like more holistically.
We'd be happy
As-
to do that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Don't see any other questions. Yep, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna jump to our to Andy Feinstein as our next speaker. I have to run to a meeting, so I know you're testifying on a bill that relates to special education. So let me be here for that before I have to step out for a minute.
Thank you very much. I'm Andy Feinstein. I represent Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut. Here to support 1467 as a necessary first step before we consider the governor's proposal to establish rate setting for private special education placements. We need the basic information about what the universe looks like first before we even move towards rate setting. Our concern is that these schools, which are very expensive, are absolutely necessary. These are kids with the most complex, severe disabilities. They need extensive levels of care. If we artificially cap the amount of tuition they can charge, many of them, frankly, are going to go out of business. And that's going to leave us with more kids stuck at home without services, which is already a pretty serious problem. As I've testified to other committees considering this, it seems to me that the issue is one of bargaining power. When a local school district places a student at one of these private schools, the special ed director has no power whatever in that bargain. She takes whatever price there is being offered. If the state negotiated rates, then there would be bargaining power. And it seems to be a much better, and if you had negotiated rates, there's no chance that the provider, the operator, would decide to go out of business if the operator agreed to those rates. So it seems to me it'd be a much better solution than the governor's approach. There are numerous also problems with the governor's approach, which is contained in 1244. So I think that this committee is doing the right thing and moving forward in this way. I would like any review to also look at the quality of services rather than just the money involved. There's two sides to that. So I thank you. I thank you for advancing my testimony. It's good to see you and good to meet you, Representative Gotham and Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you for your work on that task force that came before us in the Special Education Committee. And one of the things I wanted to ask is, it didn't seem like we already have a source of comprehensive data for to answer some of these questions of, how placements come to charge what they do for these services. Are these costs the same across districts? Are they different for nonprofits versus for-profit? On your work on the task force, were you able to kind of locate that data anywhere? Is that data available? At least it seems like there's no centralized data, but the data must be available with the local districts then, but nobody has compiled it. That's my question.
Well, and each kid, the private school implements the IEP written by the district. And to the extent that the IEPs are different, the charges may be different. Now, there was the allegation made at the task force that there were differential rates charged to different districts, but we never received any evidence to support that concern. And I don't know how necessarily that would be known. I just spent some time with some folks in Massachusetts who, where they do have a rate setting system, and what they do is there's a sheet that the provider provides of how many teachers, how many BCBAs, how many speech and language pathologists, and then the state assigns a rate to that person, and then develops the total tuition based on that. I will tell you that in my experience, similar schools in Massachusetts tend to cost more than similar schools in Connecticut do. So I'm not sure that's such a good system. Moreover, that has to do with the slots that are there, and if slots unfilled for a while, the costs would necessarily go down, and there's no oversight of that function. And finally, I was told about, that they set a rate for neuropsychologists, and it's a rate that no private psychologist in the state of Massachusetts will accept. It's the same situation that we've had with Medicare for all these years, where rates are set so low that providers decide not to take the program. So there are a lot of problems with the rate setting system, and I think there's a better way to do it. But having the underlying information would be extraordinarily helpful.
And that wasn't available to you from the State Department for during when you were on the task force. That's what okay.
It was not.
That's the part of why we want this report on a more comprehensive sort of explanation of how we got to where we are to begin with. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. So I understood that of these private providers, some are nonprofit and some are for-profit entities. Do you have any sort of analyses to determine, of the total dollars that special ed costs in the state, what percentage goes to each type of provider?
There are 88 approved private special education placements in the state, 23 of which are for profit. That's all we know. The rates tend to be, as far as I see them, tend to be fairly consistent between the two. I have not seen evidence of gouging. There was the report of the child advocate about issues with one particular provider, which were frankly very concerning. So maybe there is some of that going on, but there is nobody overseeing the system now. I mean, the State Department of Education approves the placement at the beginning and reapproves them every 3 to 5 years. And local special ed directors, do not have the time to go in and actually see what's going on. The review that now takes place is that there's an IEP that's for a year. At the end of the year, there's an annual review, and the private provider reports on goals achieved and goals not achieved. And that's about all we have.
So the for-profit providers, are they venture backed? I mean, I did venture capital for a number of years, and I know what
Well, in full disclosure, there was a school called Giant Steps. And when COVID came, the owner decided she did not want to take the risk of that. And so she closed it. And there were about 60 kids with maybe 40 kids with severe autism there. I took it as my personal role to find a replacement for those kids. And I worked with a financier from New York, and we started Hubbard. And now we have 80 kids at Hubbard in San Francisco, in Stanford, and another 20 in Rocky Hill. And totally, private firm, privately raised money. And, it's, as far as I can tell, it's a very efficiently run operation. But the reason the prices have gone up so high in the last couple of years is there's a staff shortage. You have to hire people, and you pay what the market bears. And that's, there's not much way around that.
Yeah, so that was actually my next question, was kind of delving into in Massachusetts, are the sort of you said the state assigns the rate by the sort of level of need, if you will. But the rates in Massachusetts are a little bit higher than they are here. Is that based on the pay of the actual people providing the service, or?
I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is that Massachusetts publishes the rates, and so I can see that list. In Connecticut, I do mediations, which result in cost sharing for some of these placements. And so I get a sense of what some of the placements in the state charge. I can't say with any definitive nature that Massachusetts programs are more expensive than Connecticut, but they're certainly no cheaper.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate your testimony and you coming in today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And then our next speaker, I think we're jumping down to Nancy Peters. Here in person. Great, Nancy.
Thank you. If you can just state your name and note that you have 3 minutes, and our clerk is going to be setting the timer. So thank you very much.
Thank you, committee members. My name is Nancy Peters. I'm from Norwich, and I call for ending the humiliating, dehumanizing sexual abuse of incarcerated people through the routine practice of strip searching them. I interact with a great many people caged in Connecticut prisons, and they all know that it's the correctional officers who are bringing in the contraband. That's what they all tell me, and they're there, for 20, 30 years, and they know. Yet the COs are not strip searched. So are these strip searches conducted to find contraband or to show who has the power and who does not? Well, as to the power structure, in Connecticut today, the incarceration rate for Black people, most of whom are descendants of Africans brought here in chains, is nearly 10 times that of whites. I ask myself, how can the conscience of those with power in Connecticut be okay with the routine, ritualized sexual assault of the human beings in their custody? Just as I ask how in earlier times the so-called Christian Southern white plantation owners in the land of the free justified enslaving their black-skinned brothers to get rich. Back then, those oppressors did it by convincing themselves that people with black skin were inferior subhuman beings. Then, when they lost this free Black labor through emancipation, they regained it through incarceration and the convict leasing system. Today, the prison industrial complex makes sure there will always be plenty of superfluous Black bodies through which to enrich themselves, plenty of gulags to put them in, and plenty of correctional officers to use the power of their uniform over captives by commanding them to strip, bend, spread their butt cheeks, and lift their scrotums, looking for non-existent contraband. Listen to a few descriptions of what happened on the slave auction blocks. Compare this to the current practice of strip searches and tell me what's going on here. Quote, see a slaveholder take a poor female slave into a room, make her strip, then feel of and examine her as though she were merchandise. Quote, as Bibb walked through the quarter, he watched the enslaved people on display get poked, groped, and undressed by potential buyers while white citizens ran their errands. Quote, next day, many customers called to examine Freeman's new lot. Sometimes a man or woman was taken back to the small house in the yard, stripped and inspected more minutely. The Connecticut government's practice of using its foot soldiers to daily reenact the myth of Black-skinned inferiority on Black bodies through strip searches to show who's on top and who's at the bottom has got to stop. Not after a study, which we need, but right now. And it's been 2 years since the last bill, and we have nothing's gotten better. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are you aware in other states, do they do such strip searches?
I'm not actually familiar with that, but I'd love to do a little research and get back to you on that, Representative.
Okay, thank you very
Mhm.
much. Is there any questions from the committee? I don't
Thank
see
you
any.
for hearing me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Is Devon Ward, did he join back yet? Okay. Deandra Brown? We'll keep her place for her. Tracy Wodach, I see you. Tracy, if you want to unmute yourself and begin your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Senator Dathan. To the distinguished members of the Government Oversight Committee, my name is Tracy Wodach, President and CEO of the Connecticut Association for Health Care at Home. The Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home is the united voice for our home health, hospice, and homemaker companion agencies. Together, our members provide services that foster cost-effective home care for Connecticut's residents in the setting they prefer most, their own homes. The association fully supports moving the homemaker companion agencies to the next level for both quality of care and training of employees, which was the primary intent of Public Act 2348, looking to transition homemaker companion agencies from the Department of Consumer Protection over to the Department of Public Health. Fast forward to this raised bill, SB 1468, as well as companion bill SB 1344 in the Aging Committee. The homemaker companion agencies are registered with DCP under regulations from 2006 that don't align with current state-funded initiatives and needs for care in the home. So we appreciate the addition of a definition for personal hygiene as outlined in this bill, as well as establishing some training standards. However, several of the proposed training topics in this bill are medically driven, and homemaker companion agencies are required to provide solely non-medical care. While many of these proposed training requirements are clearly medical in nature. Given that CPR and first aid are not even mandated for our licensed home health care agencies, it doesn't seem appropriate or necessary to mandate them for homemaker companion agencies. On the other hand, within this bill, we do support training topics for personal care, communication, infection control, and non-medical care of the client with Alzheimer's dementia. Furthermore, the importance of portability of training can't be understated, as many direct care workers may be employed by multiple homemaker companion agencies in order to optimize income. In addition, the administrative costs to provide the requirements are unfunded mandates in a system that is already severely underfunded and stressed. As a reminder, the 26% self-directed SEIU PCA wage increase for these next 2 years doesn't come with the level of training in this bill, and they are not part of our organization or these agencies. While we support such training and quality of care, it must be reasonable, affordable, and aligned with all non-medical care providers, including the self-directed PCAs. Let's start by investing more dollars in the agency-based Medicaid homemaker companion agencies so they can recruit, train, and retain quality staff. Our association supports training criteria aligned with the current level of non-medical personal care services, but strongly urges the removal of any training that is medically oriented while still ensuring portability of training that does pass across agencies. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tracy, for your testimony. Just a quick question on the home care providers. Are these reimbursable under DSS or Medicare?
So approximately 1/3 of our DCP registered homemaker companion agencies who provide homemaker, companion, and personal care attendants participate in the Medicaid program. So they are billing under waiver program, state-funded Medicaid services. And that number, when I say approximately 1/3, there are over 1,000 registered agencies in the state, and we are looking at just over, like, I think it's about 380 participate in the Medicaid program.
So for those that participate in the Medicaid program, are there any required sort of trainings or certifications that a home health aid agency would need to have, or a home
Homemaker companion.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I was trying to get under my 3 minutes. So great question. If they participate in the Medicaid program and provide services as a PCA, a personal care attendant, there is a state-required PCA training. I mentioned this in the Aging Committee last week, that I think it's important for us to review that current training, make sure that it is current, and then see if it's something that we can perhaps consider for training standards for all homemaker companion agencies.
Thank you. And I understand, I mean, a lot of these homemaker companions are, um, lower entry jobs, and it gives people a career path if they want to continue their training and become maybe a CNA or something down the way. Do you see that the retention in the homemaker companion is good within many of the agencies that you work with?
Several of our members have some wonderful retention and cultural support services within their agencies, but I have to tell you that the reason for the portability with the trainings that I mentioned in my testimony is because of the high turnover rate and the reality that PCAs need to find jobs to cover their costs of living, and many of them work in 3 and 4 different agencies at a time just to try to make ends meet. So right now it's a cost of living and a survival mode for many of them, so turnover can be challenging. So our agencies really work hard at trying to provide the best supports and benefits they can, but the reimbursement rates just don't allow for that.
I would love to go on and talk about that, but that's outside of the cognizance of this committee.
I would too, but thank you.
I agree with you that we need to do this, especially because, we look at folks that are aging in place is a lot less expensive than aging within a setting, a formal residential setting. And a lot of these home healthcare companions are also providing respite care for the primary caregiver who, is able to get some time off. That's so important to keep them healthy, because we do hear so many stories of people that are just really working so hard to keep their loved ones at home and need this extra care. So is there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Tracy.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Ward is back.
Thank you.
Sir, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Chairs.
Oh,
ranking-
apologies. I didn't realize you were with the state ombudsman, so I'm not going to be quite as strict on your 3 minutes because you are an agency. So
Thank you. I'll be
thank you.
brief, I promise. Chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee, I am submitting this testimony in support of SB 7186, which calls for greater transparency regarding the use of body scanning technology and the continued practice of strip and cavity searches in Connecticut correctional facilities. While this bill is a step in the right direction, it can go farther. It is long past time for Connecticut to recognize that cavity searches are an invasive and deeply traumatic practice that should be strictly limited and ultimately replaced with modern security technology. To be clear, I recognize that searches play an important role in maintaining the safety of correctional facilities. Preventing contraband from entering these institutions is essential to protecting both staff and incarcerated individuals. Ensuring that dangerous objects, weapons, or drugs do not contribute to violent self-harm or overdoses. However, the use of invasive cavity searches as a routine practice is not the only way to achieve this goal. Other states have already shown that it is possible to maintain security while significantly limiting the use of these degrading procedures. Cavity searches can be especially distressing for individuals with mental health conditions, for transgender individuals, and for those who have a history of sexual trauma. I have heard from incarcerated individuals who have described these searches as degrading and humiliating, sometimes accompanied by inappropriate comments from staff. I have also witnessed cases where cavity searches appeared to be used as a form of intimidation or retaliation, such as after a legal visit where the individual had no physical contact with anyone other than their attorney. Moreover, correction officers themselves do not want to conduct these searches. Many find them deeply uncomfortable and recognize their impact on the individuals subjected to them. Yet under current policy, officers are required to perform them, even in situations where alternative security measures such as body scanners could be as effective in preventing contraband. Other states have already taken action to address this issue. New Jersey and Illinois have enacted strict limitations on the use of cavity searches, recognizing that they should not be routine practice in correctional institutions. In New Jersey, legislation enacted in 1995 restricted body cavity searches for individuals detained for non-criminal offenses. In New Jersey, a person cannot be subjected to a body cavity search unless a warrant has been issued, the individual consents, or there's a reasonable suspicion that they possess a weapon or contraband. In 1991, that law was amended to allow searches in correctional facilities only under strict regulations set by the Department of Correction. Illinois has even stronger protections. Those took effect in 2016. No body cavity search other than a other than a mouth search can be conducted without a duly executed search warrant. This bill seeks to provide a report on the potential use of body scanning machines in accounting on how strip and cavity searches are conducted. However, it's not enough. This bill must be amended to require that DOC determine the cost of implementing body scanners at all locations, and I believe they've already done that. It should also be used to develop a concrete plan for the full implementation of body scanning technology in all correctional facilities by 2030. This technology exists, and we should use it. I urge the committee to not only support this bill, but to strengthen it. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ward. I don't know if there's like a national DOC ombudsman organization, or is there any such national organization that you might be working with ombudsmen from other states?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and so in your work with them, in terms of like best practices for these sort of things, are strip searches the sort of commonplace, or how many states are currently doing such strip searches and body cavity searches?
I don't know offhand how many states are, but I do know the two states that I did cite, New Jersey and Illinois, have very strict regulations and limitations on when these type of searches can be used. Just last week, I was down in New Jersey's correctional facility doing a tour with their ombuds, and they do not use cavity searches. They have body scanning equipment. And so they're not used routinely in those facilities. And so we do know that there are other states in the country that are using this technology and are prohibiting the use of these degrading searches.
So in terms of other technologies, I mean, there was the report that had the price tag of about 154,000 for these type of equipment. Are these the sort of commonplace that you would see technology-wise, or are there other forms of technology? I mean, presumably we see metal detectors and other sort of detectors that can be used for some of the circumstances
So
here.
metal detectors are widely used in our correctional facilities already. When an incarcerated person moves from their housing unit to whatever programming they're going to for the day or their school, they actually have to go through metal detectors. If they are enrolled in an industry where they're doing shop work, or they're working with tools, or even working in the kitchen, they have to go through a metal detector before they go out into their housing unit. So metal detectors are largely used in our correctional facilities currently. I think the proposal would use body scanners very similar to what we have in airports. And I think DOC has put a price tag on them. And I've had conversations with the commissioner, just to be frank with the committee. I've had conversations with the commissioner about this. He's supportive, and the agency is supportive. It really comes down to, I think, a price tag, and whether the legislature is committed to funding this endeavor and putting the money behind it.
That's useful. In terms of the number of body scanners, one of the appendices also had the number of 26 listed by sort of facility. Have you had a chance to look at that, and in your knowledge of other states, are there multiple body scanners per facility?
Yeah, I haven't seen the appendix that has been referenced in the hearing, but I would encourage there to be multiple in a facility. Each facility, holds hundreds, if not some facilities hold thousands of individuals. So having one scanner wouldn't be sufficient, I would say.
But if you're doing manual strip searches on everybody that has visitors, if a facility has 1,000 inmates, let's say,
Correct.
that would take a significant amount of time for that to happen. And likewise, I'm sure of those 1,000, because visiting times are pretty standard. So you would have a large number of visitors, and you kind of think of when you go through airport security, how
Right.
quickly people are able to kind of get through. And I hear that the technology is different, but I do see that there would be less of a need. I mean, you think about the amount of overtime, and I think DOC has one of the highest levels of overtime in the state.
Correct.
And so one of my concerns is we're paying for it one way or another um, in terms of overtime and looking at the price tag of that. Are you aware of the price tag of our overtime for DOC?
I am. I've read the auditor's report, and I've looked at the salary postings that they do annually, and you have some correction officers making more than the attorney general, right? You have some correction officers that are making more than the governor, and I think it's an unfortunate situation.
So that's about more than $150,000 for the cop.
You have some correction officers making $170,000 to $200,000 a year.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's really helpful. I appreciate your testimony. Does anybody else on the committee have any questions? Oh, Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this testimony. A lot of what I was going to ask has kind of been covered. Number one, if I could just reiterate, do you believe, or is it your opinion that having such technology would help with the environment as far as the psychological impacts? Number one. Number two, would it help with reoccurrence of behavior? In other words, say an inmate suffers the indignity of a cavity search and they act out later. Does that add to not only the mental stability of the person being searched, but then also the officers that have to go in and subdue or deal with that? Does that put them in an unnecessary danger, or does that add to more of the trauma and problems?
Yeah, thank you for that question. To answer your first question, yes, it does impact morale. It does impact the individual that's subjected to the search. And I personally witnessed, folks who are subjected to these searches and practices, and they completely deteriorate mentally after they have to go through that. And the result of that, when someone does have a behavioral incident in a facility and they're placed into segregation or a restrictive housing unit, that placement alone takes 5 or 6 officers to place that person in a segregated housing unit. So it's a very onerous process to do that, and it does happen where someone is subjected to a search and a cavity search, and they act out. They lash out at the officers. They lash out at other incarcerated persons. And so, to answer both questions, I think having this technology will reduce those instances and will boost morale, not only for folks who are incarcerated, but also for the correctional staff, because, as I said in my testimony, the majority of the folks, correction officers and staff, do not take any pleasure in doing these things. And so I just think this is the proposal in the study, in the implementation of these scanners, would just create a way more humane environment for everyone involved.
Representative Gucker.
And if I can follow up, thank you for that. A lot of times we deal with hostile work environments, and I would kind of consider that this kind of practice, I think, would lend itself to creating more of a hostile work environment, not only for those who are serving their time, but those who are doing their daily job. So I'm in agreement with that. Number two, a lot of what others in this building like to talk about is the fiscal note. And sadly, the humanistic part of things get lost when we start talking about fiscal notes. Would you concur, or would you elaborate on that this technology would actually lower our fiscal note, actually not only providing
a better work environment, but in the long run, actually saves the state money. And this is actually an investment in the future of, keeping our fiscal responsibility lower.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. In that, these searches, they are labor intensive, as I think other folks have testified. When they do these searches, they have to be filmed from the waist up. So you're taking 2 officers to perform one of these searches every time you do them, and then dealing with the after effects of somebody being subjected to the search and having to deal with their behavior after, takes actual man hours. And so there is a likelihood that implementing this technology could reduce overtime costs, could reduce labor costs for the state. I would strongly believe that.
And my last question, would you feel that implementing this sort of technology would also help with the rehabilitation of said incarcerated individuals to where maybe they don't carry this trauma or these negative experiences out once they are released or they are found to get back into society? Because what we kind of lose out on with many of these correctional facilities is to be able to re-implement or introduce individuals back into society. Would you concur? Would you feel that the less trauma that is induced in these situations may help with that rehabilitation and help with them reintegrating back into society?
Absolutely. I would absolutely agree. And I think you're going to hear from some folks today who have lived experience, who've been incarcerated and have been subjected to this degrading practice, and it's traumatized them, and I do think the purpose, part of the purpose of being incarcerated is rehabilitation. And I do think that this practice is adverse to that goal. And so I do believe by eliminating this, we can create a better environment for rehabilitation for the majority of the folks who are incarcerated who are returning home to our communities.
Well, I thank you for your testimony, and I do concur. We have in the past talked about, as a former first responder, as a volunteer, we have dealt with post-traumatic stress coverage and other things for officers and first responders. And I know, as somebody who probably has some of that post-traumatic stress from my service of being a first responder, I can only imagine what others may be going through. So again, I thank you for your testimony, and I look forward to more information if you can provide what, other states are doing so that we can further back up, our beliefs in getting this situation resolved. Thank you,
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question I had. Does your office track the number of complaints regarding by type of complaint, if it's around body searches or cavity searches? Do you
So
track that?
We don't track it specifically by body cameras or body searches. We do track complaints of excessive force or assaults by correction staff. But we don't have a specific subcategory for things directly related to cavity searches. And I will just say, while I'm here, my office is a staff of 1 right now, and so really trying to advocate for increased financial support for the office to be able to serve our incarcerated population.
Thank you so much. And thank you for taking time out of your day to be here.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no other questions, we do have a number of folks who are remote. If you are a remote testifiee, please make sure that you need to accept to be a panelist from just an attendee in order to be able to speak. I see that number 15 and 16 are listed as attendees. So if you can accept that invitation, we will quickly be moving through the list. But next we have on our list online, I see her, Lori Ledon. You have 3 minutes, madam.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Gankar-Wilcox and Representative Datham, Ranking Members Senator Sampson, Representative Carney, and all the distinguished members of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is Lori Ladon, and I'm an ACLU Smart Justice Leader. I am testifying in support of House Bill 7186, an act requiring a report concerning the use of body scanning machines and cavity searches in correctional facilities. I believe that every person deserves to be treated with humanity and respect, and that does not exclude people who are incarcerated. We all know that the systemic problems that exist in correctional facilities and in this state because it's nothing new. Yet I must stand firm in declaring that with these repeated strep searches, even when it's a known fact that no weapon was ever found in a woman's cavity, ever, I was appalled to know I was being filmed as they strip searched me in seg isolation, where I didn't ask permission to go to the bathroom when I was sick. Where do those tapes go? The thought of who has access to them has traumatically disturbed me to this day. I was going to visits to see my mother, who died while I was in prison. It was the last time I was to see her alive. And it's also another time where you're strip search coming and going, twice. When I was leaving, the guard decided to have me stand naked in front of her and discuss my body parts, commenting on them. I was so disturbed and humiliated, but afraid not to say anything because I know what the consequences could be. These practices do not promote corrective behavior. In fact, they chipped away at my self-esteem. They made me feel less than, belittled, disgraced, dehumanized. The solution presented by HB 7168, like implementing body scanners, offers the necessary steps to change these dehumanizing practices and the complex psychological disorder that strip searches cause through repeated traumatic experiences. It's time to implement this change. This type of scanning technology provides a far safer alternative for all involved. Both sides. Can we please stop this barbaric behavior? Please. Especially now with a solution right in front of you. I would like to close by paraphrasing Mahatma Gandhi. The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way it treats its most vulnerable members. I hold that the more vulnerable person, the more entitled they are to be protected by man from the cruelty of man. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you, Lori, for your very powerful testimony today. Did you submit your testimony online as
I
well?
will.
Thank
I
you.
will.
I didn't see it, so sometimes there's takes a bit of time to get those posted. Does anyone in the committee? Oh, Representative Gucker.
I just wanted to thank you for your very powerful testimony, and I think it reaffirms the reason why we should be reviewing and going through this. I just want to say thank you, and thank you.
Thank you for listening. It's again, when I come up here, it's such a passionate moment because I did walk through those shoes. And also when I do leave, it stays with me for days after, which even makes it more of a reason why I need to follow through with all of these things and make sure that these are implemented. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening to my testimony today. And it was submitted. I was just informed by the ACLU that it was submitted over an hour ago, so it will be up. And thank you so much for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lori. Next, we have Olivia Rinks. She is remote, but I do not. Oh, here she is. Hello, Olivia. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you and good afternoon, and thank you to the Government Oversight Committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Olivia Rinkus, and I am a resident of North Stonington, Connecticut, and also an undergraduate at University of Connecticut studying political and cognitive sciences. I am testifying today in strong support of HB 7186, an act requiring a report concerning the use of body scanning machines and strip and cavity searches in correctional facilities. I am in strong support of the reduction of this inhumane and traumatizing practice in Connecticut carceral facilities, which can have harmful mental impacts and in particular can exacerbate the traumas of individuals with histories of abuse or other traumas and mental health needs. The United Nations Standard Minimum Rules for the Treatment of Prisoners recommends that searches be conducted as little as possible and only as a last resort, that they take into account the dignity of the individual being searched, that they are extensively logged for every occurrence of a search, including the reasoning for it and the result, and that they are conducted by medical professionals using proper hygiene and safety procedures. I strongly support the immediate reduction of the use of strip and cavity searches and alignment of Connecticut carceral facilities with these international standards, as well as the eventual elimination of this practice with body scanners or another method which fully respects the dignity and autonomy of incarcerated individuals. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Olivia. Is there any questions? Seeing none. Olivia, has your testimony been submitted, your online written testimony?
I have not, but I will do as soon as I get a chance.
Okay, thank you so much. It will be posted. You just need to submit it through the link.
I will definitely do that.
Thank you, Olivia. Next, we have DeAndre Brown. I think she's here.
Hello, how you guys doing? Definitely. I just want to thank you guys for being here. Feel like there should be a lot more of you guys in this room, to be completely honest with you, since it's such a serious situation.
Mr. Brown, just
I want to start with hi.
Hi, Mr. Brown.
My
Can you
name
just
is
give me 1 second?
DeAndre Grim D. Brown. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that you know we have so many legislative meetings going on at any given time. We have, I think, 10 members of our committee. And, it is very difficult for everybody to be here at any given time because we all serve on multiple committees. Senators are 8, and I think a lot of reps are 3 or 4. But thank you so much. And these, all of these meetings are recorded. So if people can't be in the room while they're happening, they can be on Zoom and they can watch them remotely, or they can watch them later because they all are also on YouTube. But just wanted to make sure you knew that, that we all are, it's very important that you testify. So thank you so much for bringing that up, Mr. Brown.
Definitely. Thank you. Hi, my name is DeAndre Grim D. Brown. I'm executive director of Evolve Love and Fallen Angels Music, an affiliate of BLM 860 and Stop Solitary. I'm here in support of 7186, an act requiring a report concerning the use of body scanning machines and strip and cavity searches at correctional facilities. I've spent over 4 years in correctional institutions and over 3 years straight in Gardner Correctional Institution. 2 years of court trips and battling my case, and over 3 years of non-contact visits while being strip searched every time I go anywhere outside the block. Even when they do cell checks and shakedowns, they do strip searches. The literal by book strip searches, the person being strip searched may be asked to remove their clothing, stand with their legs spread apart, bend forward, or hold their arms out. The search should be conducted as quickly as possible. The person being searched should be allowed to dress as soon as their search is over, and a record of the search should be made, which means it should be recorded, as one of the other ones explained. But this is my description of the strip search. They make you take off your shirt, then your pants, then your socks, then your underwear. Check under your feet, make you lift your genitals, then spread your mouth open, then bend over, spread and cough. It's not a quick process. And sometimes if you do it too quick, they make you do it twice, the whole process. And if you refuse, they will do a controlled strip search. It's perverted, it's sexual assault, and disgusting to human rights and humanity in general. I'm speaking from experience. I have had more strip searches than I can count on my fingers, and about 3 or 4 controlled strip searches, and every prison does it different, but I'll explain Cheshire CI. They stripped me naked forcibly and made me bend over on the bed while a gang of correctional officers restrained me. I'm also tired of inmates being blamed for the contraband in prison. Let's start body scanning and strip searching correctional officers and see what comes up. That's all I have to say about that. I'm also here in support of healthcare being in correctional facilities for inmates. And if there's any questions, I'd love to answer.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Um, I know that was difficult to share your experience, and it is important that you put yourself out there and talk about it. Um, just wanted to talk about the healthcare. I know that's something that we've been focusing on a lot, and particularly making sure that folks who are eligible for Medicaid get to transition with those Medicaid services during their remaining parts of their term, so they can be able to access medical on the outside. So I appreciate you mentioning that, because that is very important. I don't know what else to say. I have lots of questions, and it's, I know this is painful.
It's okay. You can ask me anything.
Um, in terms of, did you ever complain about being forcibly restrained during one of these searches?
Yes. I actually got to talk to the warden of Cheshire CI about it. Um, she claimed that she would give me therapy every day after that, and I got it once. Um, I feel like they're insensitive about it. And it's just seen as they're doing their job. They don't see it as they're taking it too far, or I feel like they are using slave tactics to keep inmates controlled or comfortable and to stay without complaining. The grievance process is the longest process you could possibly go through. Um, you have to go through the chain of command for them doing wrong. You gotta go through a request form and then another one, and then they can, on their own. I've talked to a counselor in HCC say, if you piss me, if you make me upset, I can take the maximum days to respond to your request form. I can take that 15 to 30 days to respond. That last day, that's how they treat us. They deserve to be on body cameras, every correctional officer, and even the mental health. Because they are in charge of lives and they're not taking accountability.
Thank you for that. In terms of now that you have not, you're not in the system any longer, how is this affecting you on any sort of post-traumatic stress that you feel like you're experiencing as a result of this?
Honestly, just coming through these doors right here, getting checked, the TSA style, there's sometimes I almost take all my clothes off. When I go to City Hall to help my wife with family court, I almost end up taking off all my clothes. I'm scarred. I can't lie to you. Keys, loud keys get me quiet and worried. Any fight that happens, I get stuck and I have to just worry about like a code, you know what I mean? Like I have been hurt by this. I can't lie to you. I'm on special parole. I already had mental health. I have schizophrenia, other things before I went to prison. So prison definitely brings another level of mental health problems that definitely need to be treated in there and outside.
Yeah, thank you for that. My last question is, now that we offer sort of free telephone calls for inmates, and I think that that is so important, and I supported that in appropriations when we
It
discussed
saved
that.
my life. I was in prison when you guys implemented that.
Great. I'm so happy to hear that. But I wanted to say, are there folks that you knew within the system that maybe decided not to have in-person visits because of these searches, that you were able to, they were just having phone visits in lieu of having in-person visits, because they didn't want to have to deal with the search going forward?
I actually got sent to SAG. Leaving my wife from visits because they check you before you go in and after. And this time, for some reason, when they checked me after, I squat and coughed. They said that was too quick. You gotta do it again. And I said, why? I don't understand. And they called a code 11. A whole bunch of dudes came around me and did a controlled strip search on me, and I was in SAG for 5 days. Um, and then I saw the word and after, and yeah, um, they don't really take accountability for what they do. I don't know how to explain it, but other than they work hard to make you feel like you have nobody. And there's a lot of inmates in there that feel like they have no one and they're stuck. And when I tell them there's people out here that care about them and fight for them, it gives them hope. It makes them want to do better. It makes them want to go to Wesleyan and there. You know how much people are trying to get into Wesleyan and Cheshire, and they some barely make it. I have a friend that made it, but I have some friends that didn't, and it's just there's so much people in there that have talent, that's smart, that are in there for stuff they didn't even do. We're the cop out state. I'm gonna say that every time I come up here to talk about this. We are the cop out state. There is not a single place that does it like how we do it, and it's just sad how we have so much people incarcerated that are guilty before proven innocent. And then even when they are innocent, they're proven guilty because they just want to go home.
Thank you for sharing that. Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to thank you for being here. And I want to thank you for your testimony. Far often, it takes people such as yourself and others to stand up so that we can better understand your experience, no matter how bad it is. You kind of remind me a bit of, I have friends of mine that are fighting for justice with opioids and things of that sort. And it took a real emotional toll to happen in their life to find their rocket fuel, so to speak, to stand up to say, no one else should be dealing with this. And I kind of get that feeling with your testimony. And it's important that you are putting your own comfort aside and your pain aside to ensure that your voice is being heard, but not just your voice, the voice of those who don't have a voice. And I just wanted to say thank you for sharing that, because it's not easy. It's not easy visibly, watching you testify. It's not easy to know that this is a permanent scar. But I hope that you will take some solace in that your testimony has hopes of us correcting this injustice so that nobody else suffers those indignities and those emotional scarring that you are. So I wanted to say again, thank you for testifying. Your words are not lost. I myself was a little tardy getting up here today, but I was on Zoom watching. So when you don't see
I appreciate
the
all
faces here, we are, watching from afar because this is a very, very important, needed discussion to happen. And thank you for putting your own emotional well-being, so to speak, aside to come into this building and to stand up for those who don't have a voice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments, questions? No. All right. Thank you for coming up.
Thank all of you. God bless.
Number 11, David Schwartzer. I see you online. And just a reminder, if you are attendee waiting to get to speak, please make sure that you accept the invitation to become a panelist. Mr. Schwartzer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and distinguished committee members. Good afternoon. My name is David Schwartzer from Newington, Connecticut, and I come before you today concerning Bill number 7183. While I support any bill that brings relief to the estimated 100,000 Connecticut long-term care insurance policyholders, mostly seniors, I believe Bill 7183 has some deficiencies as currently written and would benefit from changes to the current language. My limited time today does not permit me to go into the details about those changes. For that, I would refer you to my written testimony previously submitted. Instead, I would like to use my time today to discuss Section 4 of the bill, and more specifically, the requirement that benefits only apply to policies sold on or before December 31st, 1985. According to the most recent data from the American Association of Long-Term Care Insurance, the average age at which people purchased long-term care insurance is around 55 years old. Although long-term care insurance first became available in 1974, let's assume that these 55-year-old early adopters bought their policies in 1985. That means that today these policyholders are 95 years old. Here's the problem. If they were 55 in 1985, that means they were born in 1930. According to various sources, the life expectancy of someone born in 1930 was 58.1 years for men and 61.6 years for women. From a practical perspective, it's highly unlikely that someone born in 1930 would even consider long-term care insurance. This was a different generation. They expected their children would care for them in their later years, just as they had done for their parents. Beyond that, the chances that a person born in 1930 would be alive today and still have an active long-term care insurance policy is so remote that respectfully, the suggested 1985 date makes the entire Section 4 almost worthless. Long-term care insurance policyholders don't have the luxury of time. The 100,000 Connecticut policyholders, again, mostly seniors, are going broke, paying the long-term care insurance industry for a crisis that same industry intentionally created. Relief to policyholders is long overdue. I urge this committee to modify Bill 7183 and protect the policyholders and not the industry. Thank you for your attention, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. In terms of your long-term care plan, what has the premium increase been since you first obtained the policy?
Thank you for that question. I purchased, my wife and I purchased identical policies in 2004. The premium for that policy for each of us was $1,170. We are in the second year of a 3-year premium increase. The last piece of that will go into effect in 2026. And at that time, our annual premium for each of us will be about $5,200.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Oh, Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when you were sold the policy initially, were you told that those premiums would likely not go up because it's based on your age at the time?
So there is a section in the policy which does clearly indicate that the carriers have a right to raise premiums in the future. That said, as part of the application process, my wife and I were each required to fill out what was called a state mandated personal financial report. In that report, it indicated that my carrier, Genworth Financial, had been selling these policies since 1974 and had never raised premiums on that policy or policies which gave similar coverage. It then went on to ask the question if my wife and I had considered that we would still be able to pay our premium if the premiums were to increase by 20%. And it's important to note that the 20% number was not written into the policy. It was printed on the form as part of the standard language. So while we were fully aware that premiums could potentially go up, we went into this contract with the understanding that in the 30 years since they had started selling long-term care insurance, the premiums had not gone up, but if they were to go up in the future, we could expect an increase of 20%.
And that increase, if it's been about 500%?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So in 2020, I'm sorry, in 2004, our combined premium was a little over $2,300 a year. In 2026, that combined premium will be about $10,300.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think one thing, this isn't the insurance committee, and so we're not trying to make any changes over it, but I think folks need to, there is a strong cry for oversight of this. I think some of the things that you highlight are interesting in your written testimony, but it is difficult for the legislature to have sort of jurisdiction over privately held companies and private insurance plans. But it is quite wild to think that a company has an expected loss ratio of 12%, but increasing premiums by 13% or more a year is quite interesting, and to say the least. Seeing that there's no other questions.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to respond to your comment, I agree that it is difficult for the legislature to have any control over a private corporation. However, I think you would agree that the legislature has the ability and in some cases the responsibility to control our Department of Insurance, who clearly favors the industry over the policyholder. The Department of Insurance constantly says that they have to give these rate increases in order to protect the solvency of the insurance companies. They fail to mention that these insurance companies have intentionally manipulated their corporate structure to isolate these long-term care policies into a specific insurance writing company, and that our insurance department only looks at the writing company instead of the parent organization, which is well capitalized and highly profitable. For example, my company, Genworth Financial, constantly complains that they don't have the resources to pay future liabilities, but makes no mention of the fact that the parent organization has over $180 billion with a B in assets, and of that, about 90 billion with a B is in cash and liquid holdings.
Yeah. It's interesting. Again, without being the insurance committee, I don't know exactly how these are loss ratios covered, if there's any sort of consistency in calculation between different types of insurance policies, or if it's, like you said, there could be discrepancies from one insurance to another insurance, or from a Connecticut carrier to another carrier. So
I can tell you that the Department of Insurance is pretty consistent in their favorable treatment to the insurance industry. Just last month, the Department of Insurance gave, I believe it was a 13.2% rate increase to Prudential Insurance Company on a block of policies that has collected about $750,000 in premium and paid zero in claims. So while they require a 60% loss ratio as a minimum in the state of Connecticut, the insurance department gave this rate increase to a policy that has paid no claims. If that's not enough of a indication that they favor the insurance industry, I will tell you that that 13.2% rate increase is the fourth increase they have given to Prudential for those policies. So policyholders today for those policies are paying about 50% more than their original premium for a company that has not paid a single dollar in claims.
well, thank you for that. And your testimony was very, very detailed, so we appreciate that. Thank you very much. And
Thank
next,
you.
we have Josiah Chalet.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
And I got a weird last name. It's Chalet, like ski chalet. It's a little bit odd.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chalet.
Okay, good afternoon to the respected members of the Government Oversight Committee. I have a fairly detailed testimony, and I forgot some data about other states, but I will submit that as soon as I can. But in summary of really what I want to say is that I recently did some research into what stops progress of change in government, and it said if you want to stop progress of change in government, elect to have a study done on this change. And as I said in my testimony, you can't put a price on the human dignity and the value that these scanners will hold and save. They're also shown to be far more effective in detecting stuff within people's bodies, reducing conflict within the prisons. So I just urge the men to just enact this, because the financial aspects that would come with the study don't matter when you can't put a price on someone's dignity, such as my colleague DeAndre, who was so brave to come speak here before. He's clearly, I've seen prison change all my friends who have made really minor mistakes in life and just really crush them. So the more swiftly we can change this, the better. And I'd urge you to look at all our surrounding states who already utilize this technology. It is successful, it's more safe for everyone, and it reduces conflict. I see no need for a study. It's only beneficial and prevents trauma. And I appreciate you hearing me all today. And I appreciate this committee and what they do. If anyone has any questions, I've never been incarcerated, so I'll do my best to answer them. But I just would urge you to make this not a study, because that, it could be years until this change happens. But there's real people like DeAndre who are, changed right now because of this. So it's urgent, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chalet. Is there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ben Shaken.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ben Shaken. I'm the Director of Government Relations at the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. We are the statewide association of community nonprofits. Community nonprofits serve about 500,000 people in the state every year and employ 118,000 Connecticut residents. I'm here to speak on two bills on your agenda today. It's good to be in front of this committee, first time. First is briefly on Senate Bill 1472. Related to the study of special education costs, just to reiterate some of the points that you have heard and will hear from folks in the special ed community about approved private special education programs, or APSEFs. Their operating costs have increased alongside operating costs of all other programs, public or private. They face the same inflationary pressures as school districts and local businesses, often exacerbated by their extended schedules, and they haven't had access to ARPA or ESSER or any of the other funding sources that school districts have had, despite being required to provide the same comparable educational experience to public schools. So we're appreciative of the study. We would hope it'd be very comprehensive to look at all the different costs. As a speaker before me talked about, there's a separate bill from the governor and the Education Committee that would implement rate caps without studying the issue first to determine if it's even a good policy, and I think that's still a very open question. And so to the extent that members of this committee are involved in the larger conversation this legislature is having around special education, both here in the select committee, and in the Education Committee, we would just appreciate time to sit with all the stakeholders and kind of figure this issue out as this bill proposes. Secondly, I want to address parts of House Bill 7184, the parts that have to do with the Health and Human Services contracting system. Bill would take several important steps to improve processes and address some issues that nonprofits face as we contract with the state to deliver essential health and human services to Connecticut's residents on behalf of the state. The bill directs OPM to take several steps. OPM oversees the purchase of services procurement system in the state, which is how health and human services are procured by a handful, maybe more than a handful, eight or 10 state agencies. Just running through it very briefly, many contracts haven't been adjusted funding-wise since, except when the legislature provides funding in the budget through cost of living adjustments. Yet the requirements that nonprofits are asked to provide are the same or greater. And so the bill directs OPM to systematically go through state agency by state agency and figure out, hey, are we paying for the same service or should we be paying for a different amount of service for the same amount of money than maybe we started paying for 20 years ago? It also directs OPM to review all the different reporting processes and requirements and eliminate or consolidate any that are unnecessary, burdensome, or duplicative. In 2012, OPM worked with the then Governor's Cabinet on nonprofit health and human services to streamline and standardize these reporting requirements. But that was now 13 years ago, and that's the last report we have on this. And so we think there's some more work that can be done, and we appreciate that this bill does that. And then finally, the bill addresses payment timeliness. It requires that all state agencies that contract with community nonprofit providers render payment within 45 days. And payment times vary by state agency. Some providers report that they don't have any issues with their funding state agency. Some wait more than 6 months for payment, and that causes them to have to draw down lines of credit and other things to make payroll. Like I said, some state agencies are fine and some are not. And so we really appreciate the committee raising the bill. There's a similar effort that came out of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. And so we encourage all of you to join forces with them as we push for adoption of these important policies in the session. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shaken. Just wanted to clarify, I know there was some concerns about the language that is being used. I was hoping you could just kind of spell out the requisite language for the committee so we could
Sure.
hear what the preferred language is.
So there were, I guess this is the third version of this proposal to come before the legislature this year. There was a proposal in the Human Services Committee that the underlying bill that it was in was changed in the Human Services Committee, and all of the language, the bill was turned into something else basically when it passed the Human Services Committee. The language in this bill is what we think makes sense and deals with some of the concerns that state agencies had about that language in the Human Services Committee. The language I'm talking about is on lines 84 through 90 of the bill. There's a couple pieces to it. First, I think the previous drafts of this proposal in previous years had talked about paying within 30 days of services rendered, and state agencies, I think, correctly said, hey, wait a minute, like we don't always get a bill the day after the service is rendered. Sometimes it takes providers a while to submit a bill. Sometimes we have different processes in place. And so this language says that a private provider organization receive payment for any services provided not later than 45 days after the receipt of the properly completed claim or receipt of such services, whichever is later. So if you deliver a service, you send a bill, clock starts for 45 days. And then the second thing that this language adds is a reference to section 4A-71 of the general statutes, which is actually an existing law that requires the state pay its bills within 45 days, or a person who's owed those bills can start charging interest. We didn't even know that that law existed. All of our nonprofits have never heard of it used, even when they're receiving payment much, much later than that 45 days. And so we thought it would be a good idea to match the timeframes up to an existing statute in 4A-71.
Thank you. In terms of contractual terms, do many of your nonprofits that contract with the state, do the contracts illustrate payment terms within the contract themselves?
Yes, yeah, and our members rely on those terms to be able to plan their cash flow and pay for services, payroll, rent, electricity, all that stuff. And so we understand that there are delays sometimes, and they're understandable, but when they happen with more regularity than every once in a while, or when they happen regularly, they create serious challenges for organizations who are providing the service on behalf of a state agency. Often they'll provide a service, wait for a contract to be signed. The services that are being rendered are essential. And so state agencies will go to them and say, we need you to do this. Or they'll win a bid and the services will start, and it will be quite some time before they start getting paid for them.
Okay, thank you. I've actually heard anecdotally that some like increased rates can be outstanding for a period of time much longer than the 45-day term. In your experience, because you represent several nonprofits, is this an issue that we see within all of our agencies, specific agencies, or is it just both?
Related specifically to state aid, to increases in funding, when the legislature passes a budget, that'll be in May or June, depending on the year. That budget goes into effect on July 1st. If you've provided an increase through the budgeting process, usually through an appropriation to OPM, through a cost of living adjustment, and it goes to a line item in OPM, and OPM is then asked to distribute it across a substantial number of different line items in different state agencies that fund these services. I think the fastest we've ever seen those dollars go out is kind of sometime shortly after the end of the first quarter. And that was a few years ago. I would say typically those increases are not received until towards the end of the second quarter, November or December. And last year, as an example, the funds that the legislature provided, which came out of the American Rescue Plan Act, are only starting to go to providers now, like within the last couple of weeks. So they are retroactive to July 1st, but the contract amendment, so the process is that OPM, it takes time for them to figure out how much goes into each line item in each state agency, provide guidance to aid agencies about how they can distribute them, and then state agencies have to amend each individual contract with nonprofits in order to reflect the increase in funding. Some state agencies, as soon as they get the guidance and money, do it very quickly. Some take a lot longer, and so there are agencies, I think, that have the resources to and the desire to prioritize it, and there's others that, for whatever reason, it takes longer to get out the door to providers.
So in that time frame, which sounds like minimum 60 days after the receipt of services, receipt of an invoice if it's very fast, or 180 days if it's longer, there is a short-term cash flow shortfall, which is having to be funded by our nonprofits, presumably through lines of credit and other funding mechanisms. Are you aware of, cost of this short-term financing for our nonprofits?
It's a good question. And I think there's sort of two distinct, the question I just answered was about sort of what happens if the legislature provides an increase. And then there's also a question of just sort of as a general matter of course, are there state agencies that take a lot longer than they should to pay for services? And the answer to that question is yes, although it's not universal. Our members have to then figure out how to, how to stay solvent while they're waiting for their funding, whether it's an increase or otherwise. Some of them rely on lines of credit to do that. I don't have a figure for how much they then pay banks in interest when they draw down those lines of credit. I think you may hear from some later today who've done a little bit of that research, because I know, Representative, you've asked in a couple of past hearings about similar issues, if folks have been able to pull that information. I think they're using lines of credit for a variety of things, as you would, and so it may be a little challenging to decipher exactly how much is going to cover these particular portions, but it is a thing, right? They are using other sources of revenue, including lines of credit from banks at times to meet payroll and other obligations. And then when they're repaying that back, when the state does make payment, they've accrued interest on
Right.
those funds.
I'm thinking of the sort of rough and ready numbers of this is how much is owed to us from the state based on these, times our interest percent, times the number of months or however long the period is, and coming up with a rough figure. But I just kind of was curious what that could be, because that is substantial and it is operating cash flow for an entity, and also the ability to be able to use it for other things. I did have another question when it came to the special education services. I mean, I do agree with you that when you are making sweeping changes, particularly when talking about children's education, and some of our children who are the most needy when it comes to services, and we want to make sure that they are receiving adequate. We do need to study it and not just go ahead and jump into it. I know I always joke that a lot of people say here that Connecticut is the land of steady habits. I say it's a land of incremental change. So we do need to be thinking about things sometimes slowly and methodically, but that's how you get long-term lasting change. In terms of, we talked about in this bill that there were 88 for private providers, and only 23 of them were profit, and the rest are nonprofit. How many do you all represent, and do you all do any sort of studying and letting them share information to help them benchmark cost of services?
It's a good question. I think the 88 number, and this is a think because I haven't checked this, but I think that's the total number of schools. And so there are organizations that might have several of those schools, but it's one organization. We some of them are our members. I don't know exactly how many are versus how many are not in the nonprofit space. And certainly the ones that are for-profits are not Alliance members. To answer your question, the other question, no, we don't at this point do any of that specific work with them. We as an organization, I think primarily specialize in how folks are interacting with state government, and these programs are primarily interacting with school districts and municipalities. They do have their own association that may do that work. The Connecticut Association of Private Special Education Programs, I think they've submitted testimony on this bill. I don't know if they're on your list later today. And so they may be the kind of subject matter experts that could answer some of those questions a little bit better than I can. But if the study does move forward, and we would be very happy to help facilitate some of that data gathering, because I think, as a previous speaker said, I don't think anyone has that data right now, including, frankly, the State Department of Education. And so to us, at least, it seems like you collective you, the legislature, policymakers generally ought to want to have that information before you decide how to proceed, what the best course of action is moving forward.
Absolutely. That's why I asked the question. So thank you so much. Any other questions? Oh, Representative Gucker.
Actually, not a question, but more of a statement. I did get your email on Connecticut must increase funding. I just wanted to let you know that the link to the newspaper doesn't let you read it, so you may want to.
There's a paywall. I didn't have it. Well, I'll figure out a better way to send the link. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I just figured I'd let you know it happened to pop up. You happen to be here, so I figure instead of sending an email, I will tell you in person. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Shaken.
Have a great day.
You too. We have next, Evalesa Correa Brown.
That's me. Thank
Oh,
you.
There you are.
I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to speak today. First, I wanted to briefly speak on SB 1467, an act requiring the review of costs of special education services provided by private providers. I do support this review. Interventions and support in youth equal productive adults in the future. Second, HB 7186, an act requiring the use of body scanning machines and cavity machines in correctional facilities. I also support this bill. I don't think what's been described here, I don't think a female strip search has been described here. So as a former incarcerated youth, I'll describe that. So I was 17 years old. I was in on disorderly conduct. I was getting checked into York CI. And the CO told me to bend over until I could see her and spread them. And I was required to spread my vaginal lips so they could look through my vaginal canal. So when we talk about cavity searches, technically no one put a finger inside of me, but they didn't need to. 100% of female strip searches are essentially a cavity search. So this is done to all females in York CI ages 14 through, 94. So I don't know exactly how many children we have now. I do know that the majority are Black and brown children. And a good percentage of our male and female incarcerated population have a history of sexual abuse before prisons. COs would, the normal ones anyways, would prefer not to look at naked people resembling a slave auction all day. We have technology to keep facilities safe without adding additional sexual trauma. Correctional officers already testified that manpower required to do all these strip searches are similar to insurance pre-authorizations. They are time-consuming and many times do nothing in already understaffed facilities. We passed the PROTECT Act years ago. Let's comply with the law and enact real change. If we are truly a blue state, let's act like it. And these machines as well. I would also support not only incarcerated people using these machines, but the source of drugs, which are not visitors, but correctional officers could stand to go through these machines at the beginning and the end of their shifts as well. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions. My husband was just incarcerated. He spoke earlier. My father was incarcerated when I was a child. I come from Hartford, so there's a disproportionate amount of incarcerated people coming out of my home zip code. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And a lady earlier, Lori Ladon, also described her experience with strip searches. And I'm going to ask you the same question I asked your husband in terms of post-traumatic stress as a result of this. Do you experience this? Okay. I don't want to relive your trauma because
Yes,
I
I
can
do.
tell it
Um,
trauma inducing.
I do, and it's a trauma that I've talked to my children about, um, so that they know what triggers mom sometimes. I have wonderful kids. Um, and I speak to them. I talk to my therapist, obviously, to try and work it out. But at 17, so DCF took me to visit my dad when I was in juvenile detention, or, when I was in foster care during his incarceration for cannabis, a couple times. And during those times, I wasn't aware that my father was subject to a full strip search until I walked into the doors of York CI, and we're all standing there naked. And I was going to let myself get dry celled. And dry celled is when they put you in a room. I don't know if they would have done a controlled strip search on me or a dry cell. They were threatening to put me in the cell by myself. But there's no running water in the cell. And one of the women, I knew her, and she called out to me, and she told me that I wasn't alone. Just do it and don't think about it. And that's what I did. I did it, and I didn't think about it. Kind of like when I was little and they touched me. I did it and I didn't think about it. And it felt exactly the same. I was in this room. I wasn't alone. There was no privacy. Every time I left the damn room, they searched me. I was in a non-contact visit with my mom and they searched me. Anytime I went to a medical visit, and I'm like, what can I bring from a non-contact visit? What is the bail commissioner going to give me? I was in a room, or I was in I was in 2 North, and 2 North was for minors ages 14, and they had you all the way through 21 there. We didn't have access to drugs unless the COs would have given it to us. I don't know why they had to see me naked that many times. I didn't kill anyone. It was disorderly conduct. I ran away from an abusive household, which violated the protective order. I kept running away. I wanted to be with my dad, who's in prison. So.
Thank you. I know many people who are incarcerated is a very high level of sexual violence survivors. And your description can relive that sort of trauma that one has as a sexual violence survivor, and how that can just stay with you. So appreciate your bravery for coming out today. Is there any questions or comments?
Rep. Vail.
Oh, Representative Vail.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that this is a blue state. What did you mean by that?
So
What's a blue state?
It's a blue state. So the controlling party in office right now are Democrats. Democrats made commitments right after the election. So generally, when people think of blue states, or blue elected officials, we're thinking prison reform, cannabis reform. We're thinking, and so the parties are more like than what people think. But when you see the memes, you see the talks about socialism and soft on crime. And it's very frustrating to see increasing police budgets in a blue state while we're fighting for educational funding. So that's kind of what I meant. So when
So
we
you don't
passed
want
the,
red support? Because
I would
I'm a
love red
Republican.
support. My father was a former Republican elected
Okay.
official.
Well, if you want people, maybe not make statements like that, if you want cooperation from everybody, because you don't know what we're thinking. And my background is, I was a correction officer for 12 and a half years. And I conducted a lot of strip searches. And I can tell you, I hated every minute of it. So there's a lot more to it. And you can have conversations. If you keep talking to the same people who you think agree with you all the time, you might not get as far as you would if you have conversations with people that you assume that you have nothing in common with. So that's just a little bit of advice from me and anybody else who speaks later. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Representative.
Well, just to respond, I'd simply like to say that the elected officials such as our governor, our attorney general, and other people who have been elected did promise to become part of a blue wall. So I'm like, where are you guys on the blue wall? But that doesn't mean that red support wouldn't be welcome. I think this is really a bipartisan issue, especially when it comes to various districts, the opiate crisis, increasing arrests when it comes to this. So this is really an issue that, while it does affect inner city residents disproportionately, it's in everyone's backyard right now.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and appreciate you coming out today and sharing your story, which clearly is a painful one.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jim Mafluid. Mafood. And apologies, Jim, I probably completely butchered your name, so you can correct me.
That's no worries. Matthewed, Jim Matthewed. And thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Oversight Committee. And please bear with my my recovering voice here from a cold. So hopefully we get through this okay. And also just a recognition or acknowledgement of some of the individuals that have been on here before me with their very courageous testimony and being able to answer some challenging questions, personal questions. So thank you to them. I'm Jim Matthew. I'm the CEO of the Children's Center of Hamden. We have a 190-year history of meeting unique behavioral health, educational, emotional needs of Connecticut's children and families. Our center provides an array of services to children and adults throughout the state, including psychiatric residential treatment, outpatient substance use, and behavioral health services. We also have a quality parenting center, K-12 special ed school, and a home for women with developmental disabilities. We have contracts with both the Department of Children and Families and the Department of Developmental Services and employ approximately 225 individuals. Each year, we serve approximately 500 individuals and families with high needs. So I thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 7184, an act concerning government oversight. This bill would take several steps to improve the issues nonprofits face as we contract with the state to deliver essential health and human services. I think it would be incredibly helpful if our state agencies could coordinate amongst themselves and create perhaps one kind of reporting system or database that contracted providers could report into. That's just one example of a way, I think, to ease some burden and help streamline information and data for everyone's benefit. I think that would save money both on the state side as well as providers, that we didn't have to figure out how to report into and batch from our electronic health records or other record systems into various state systems. And the cost savings certainly could then be redirected back into providing more services to individuals in need. I also appreciate that the bill directs OPM to evaluate whether the rates that state agency pays for services are adequately compensating the nonprofits for services they are expected to provide. As has been discussed before, many rates haven't been adjusted in many years. And it certainly goes without saying that each year our programs cost more to operate and run. Just on medical and insurance liability alone, minimally a 15% increase on the cost of getting those high dollar services. Our staff are barely paid a living wage, and yet they provide these much needed services to highly vulnerable individuals. And we would certainly like to be able to give them raises in a regular way, and also it would help with retention of these staff and recruitment. I think earlier today it was discussed a little bit about COLAs on contracts. I can just speak to that briefly on our two contracts with both DCF and DDS. And I will say our normal contracts are paid on a consistent regular basis, no issue there. But the COLA, we're just getting those contracts now. So that's an 8-month carrying on dollars that were approved effective of July. Yes, it will be retro, but there is a carrying cost there. And then the last element I'd like to speak to is that the bill repeals unnecessary sections of the law to restrict nonprofits' ability to compensate their executive directors at a rate that would attract high talent. I think that is an antiquated.
Mr. McKee, if you could
Yep,
just
and
summarize
I'll,
your comments for us, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
pardon me?
If you can please summarize your 3
Yep,
minutes.
I'm all done here. So just certainly support. I think that's a good thing that allow boards of directors to be able to hire the most talented individuals to help provide the best services to those in need. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You talked about your 9 months of carrying costs for this. Do you have any sort of estimates on maybe what you've had to pay in interest as a result?
So I will say that our normal line of credit runs anywhere between 5.5% and 8% on our line of credit. Full disclosure, we used other funds this year and did not use our line of credit specifically for that. But had we not utilized other funds, we would have been paying in the area of anywhere between 5.5% and 8%.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank
Appreciate
you. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you. Next, we have George Reed Perry.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Please carry on, George.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is George Reed Perry. I am a resident of Old Saybrook. I am also the Chief Program Officer of Adult Services at Loomability. We are a nonprofit that serves children with developmental delays and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We are Connecticut's largest nonprofit birth to 3 provider, serving approximately 2,100 families each year across 68 towns. As well as 260 adults, and we employ about 150 people. One of the things I want to talk about as it relates to HB 7184 is the duplicative processes that the state often has providers engage in. Our goal is always to, be good stewards of state monies, making sure that we're doing things that are in the best interest of our organization and the individuals that we serve. But some of these processes really don't make for more efficiency in service delivery and oversight. One that I'd specifically like to speak to is the DDS 8-month report. It's a very time-consuming report that we have to complete each year. The state, specifically DDS, has said that it's not something that they really look at. It's just a requirement of OPM. And we also submit a 1-year report. So it's an example of something that we're doing for the sake of doing without any real impact. As it relates to the funding aspect that this bill addresses, one of the things that we've been very adamant about with the state this year is the lack of funding for birth to 3 and the lack of increases. You may be aware that there was a commission from OEC that looked at the rate of reimbursement for OEC, and it's been stagnant for 8 years now. This is a department that hires OTs, PTs, SLPs. That study, which was done 3 years ago, noted that the rates were 39% below what they should be. So a rate of $167 per professional per hour. It's impossible in this day and age for us to hire adequate staff at a rate that's 39, almost 40% below the rate that it takes. This is a state mandated service, so we don't have a choice of whether or not we provide it if we are going to continue to be a provider. So what I would like to say is, again, I support HB 7184 and hope that this committee can come together to kind of really look at the state's processes for looking at contracts over the years. So thank you.
Thank you so much. You're an important, very important agency in birth to three programs, and very grateful for the work that you do. We all know that the start of a young person's life is the key to make them the individuals they are. So appreciate your work. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Hi, George. I know we need to connect so I can come by for a visit at Lumability, and I just wanted to thank you for all the work you do for birth to three. I know when it was Sarah and now Lumability, how important you are not only to the region down where we are, but also to the state. So I just want to say thank you for coming here and testifying.
Thank you for that recognition.
Thank you so much. All right, seeing no other questions, got to get back to the kids. Thank you so much, George.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brooke Foley. She was due to be in person. We'll come back. Understand number 18 is going to come back in a few minutes. Number 19, Jennifer Chadovitz. She's not here either. Okay. Terry Ricks. Hello, Terry.
Good early evening. Good early evening, Representative Dathan, all the distinguished members of this committee. My name is Terry Ricks. I'm a lifelong resident of Hartford, a 7-year smart justice leader with the ACLU of Connecticut. I am here today to testify in support of Bill 7186 regarding the use of body scanning machines in the Department of Correction. I am a Black woman who is a survivor of lifelong oppression, depression, chaos, and PTSD. I've had to fight for everything in my life, but I cannot think of a fight that is more necessary than this one. And even life-altering than this one. Strip searches are demoralizing, dehumanizing, used to enforce power and to humiliate you as long as you are incarcerated. It is a state-sanctioned trauma. I do not say this lightly. This is very difficult to talk about. I was already a rape survivor when I became incarcerated for 1 year. When my friends and family would come to visit me during the beginning of my sentence, I would be strip-searched before and after seeing them. This was especially problematic and traumatic when women are experiencing their monthly cycle. I never understood why I had to go into a room to take off my clothes after exposing myself in front of people to go and visit my family. Feeling so violent that I could barely talk to them. And even as I tried to maintain a level of composure, my daughter recognized it and would say, "Mommy, are you okay?" I knew that as soon as my family left, I would have to go through another search all over again. After enduring the traumatizing torture for 6 months, I had to apologize to my family and ask them to stop coming to visit me because I could no longer deal with being strip searched and being violated. They didn't understand. They didn't know why. They didn't find out until I testified in 2023 in front of you guys that I was even assaulted. I think it's also important to say that I never saw any justification for these strip searches. I may concur that some strip searches. What is it? Somebody said something? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought somebody said something. I'm sorry. I may concur that some strip searches are necessary, but 99% of the time, it's correctional officers that need to be strip searched. Personally was in there when one brought a gun in for an inmate. A couple of my friends was impregnated by a couple of COs and had to give their babies up for adoption. I've seen COs during my time be walked off for this violation. But as far as I was concerned, I was scared to tell because I didn't want the backlash. I didn't want to go to the hole and be further dehumanized. If we are being honest about wanting to help people come out of incarceration, the opportunity and ability to live a successful and productive life is almost about making sure they have all the necessities they need to be prosperous. Then the Department of Correction has to stop burying them in trauma. It's been nearly 20 years since I walked out of that woman's prison in Miami. Yet I'm sitting here in front of you and can feel the fingers of those COs on my body. This evening, I urge the members of this committee to vote in favor of HB 7186 so that people who are incarcerated can have the privacy and safety that they need and deserve. Thank you for listening to my testimony. As a white woman once told me, it's not my fault or your fault, but it's our problem to fix it.
Very wise words. Thank you, Terry, for your testimony and sharing your story, which is clearly very painful. So thank you.
It's necessary. My story is, I'm not here for me. I'm here to save lives. This is a life-saving mission. Just like I think you guys are blessed to save lives in your opposition, so am I. I went through that experience to be a vessel for those that can't speak and talk. So I use that and I cherish that very, very strongly.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Ciccarello.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to testify today. As you were speaking, you referenced that there are situations where the strip search is necessary. Can you elaborate from what you've seen?
Being honest, because I put, y'all know me, I put it on the table. There's been times in visits I've seen swap between visitors that shouldn't have been going on. So clearly, that should have been a strip search on the way back. But as far as going, we coming out of our cells or we coming out of the dorm where we have no access to the outside world. So there's really no reason for you to bring me to a visit and strip search me because I've been in front of you all day. So you understand what I'm saying now? Leaving, sometimes you got inmates that's been in the system forever. They will pass drugs and whatever. That's on them. But it's not everybody. And everybody shouldn't be punished for those that's slipping through the cracks.
Sure, and we see that a lot. There's legislation to address one problem or a small group, and they wrap up everybody. But how would the corrections officer know who is doing the wrong thing and who isn't?
Just like we learned to read the room, they know how to read the room. They be there. They with us more than they with their families. They with us more than with their kids. They know our habits. They know where you can hide. They are very aware. But then you have, and we being blatantly honest, because I can't do nothing but be me. There's been several times where I've seen COs been paid to bring this in and bypass the inmate. So if we being realists on both sides, what we're saying about the dehumanizing of the way they are strip searching. When it's necessary, it's necessary. But when it's not, then what do we get in return but a lifetime full of trauma?
Sure, and I completely understand that, and I know it's not a great event for anyone participating, right? And the individuals that have to do that, I'm sure that's not what they want to do.
Absolutely, some of them do. Now we're not going to say that they don't want to, because if we're going to be real about it, we live in a society where there's same-sex marriages. So you have women and women prisons that like women. You have men and women. So some of them do like it. And
Yeah.
I just happened to get one that made sure she followed me every time I went. And when I went to the warden, I got inmates and COs coming at me. So it's not like something happened to you and you could just write a note and you go see. Soon as the jail find out you told, you're a target.
Mhm.
You like Jack Dorsey, you just put a red dot on your back. So it's not as simple as just saying, oh, this happened to me and I'm going to tell. Prison is a different animal.
Yeah.
And it's none of us was built to be there. But when we get there, we have to adjust. And when we have to adjust, if you really want to rehabilitate somebody. Don't continue to add trauma on top of trauma.
Sure.
It's like a meteor on a meteor right now.
And when you speak of those officers that were doing bad things, they should have consequences, severe consequences, because they give good officers a bad name. And you know, I'm sure any good officer would agree with the comment I just made. Make sure that people aren't being victimized or people aren't bringing in illegal contraband. And you know, I understand that it is a concern, and it's not it's not a favorable thing for anyone. But to be able to make sure contraband isn't coming in and out, you know, unfortunately, until we figure out another way, which maybe this piece of legislation would allow that, with having the body scanners, you know, it's something that just has to happen to make sure that individuals are safe in there. They're not getting access to drugs. And I'm sure if we could find a way to do this, I'm sure everybody would be happy to have that.
It'll be a better environment. Then it probably could be rehabilitation. You know, I was locked down when I was in there because a girl had a gun.
Jeez.
She didn't leave Diana. Where she got the gun from?
Yeah.
And we was locked down for a month. I had nothing to do with it. My whole world was, you understand what I'm saying? So
I get
one
it.
person situation can affect 10,000 people in prison that have
Sure.
nothing to do with that. So you make 999,000 other people mad at that one person.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming to testify and tell your story. Thank
Never,
you.
Always.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
you
Good
doing,
early
Representative?
evening. I'm going to kind of follow up with that. So this is the tough part. I don't understand why anyone would be strip searched on their way to a visit. That makes no sense. But the only way for illegal contraband to get into a prison from the outside is visits, staff, or mail, right? Or any interaction you might have with the outside world.
Absolutely.
That's the only way. So the staff part of it, I can promise you that nobody dislikes a dishonest and dirty correction officer more than correction officers. I can promise you that.
No, I
And
witnessed
there's
that.
and it does exist, and that's awful. I can't stand that. I think they should be punished to the full extent of that, because you take on a lot of responsibility when you swear an oath to protect everybody, the public, the staff, and the incarcerated people. So when you have contraband come into the prison, that's a danger for everybody, whether it's drugs, whether it's weapons, whatever it is. And so the only time that is when there's access to the outside world. And so if this legislation, again, I don't know how feasible these body cam things. I've let people know my background in this building in the 11 years I've been here. For some reason, no one ever comes to me with anything. My wealth of knowledge in this thing, I'm more than happy to share it. And it's a realistic, because I understand what it's like to be a staff member there. Also big person in people's civil liberties. So there's a balance there, but you have to maintain safety and security. So unfortunately, you know, strip searches are necessary when there's access to the outside world.
Absolutely.
And if there's a different and better way to do that, I'm sure everybody would be happy if we could find that. But to just eliminate it without that, it creates an unsafe environment within the prison. So
I don't think it should be
unfortunately, that's one of
eliminated.
you. So So I appreciate your testimony. I know it's tough to come up here, but
It's never
there are
tough.
people here that want to try to find a solution, but at the same time, we want to keep everybody safe. And that means everybody, not just staff members, but other incarcerated individuals as well. So that's as safe as environment. It's not, I don't care. It's not a pleasant place. It's not a pleasant place to work. It's not a pleasant place to reside. It is what it is. And, I'm happy to, have that conversation myself. And I think Senator
Absolutely.
Ciccarella
We
as
can
well
set
has
it
that
up to where we
experience.
can sit down and further this conversation. I would greatly, because there's a lot of things, like you said, I don't know why nobody haven't came to you in 11 years and with your background.
Yeah.
But everybody don't think like you in that prison. Everybody is not a good CO like you.
They're not, but the majority is. And I think
Not in
it
every
is.
prison, Mr.
Well, York's
Big.
a little different anyways.
Thank you. Thank
York is a different beast in and of
It's a
itself.
different beast.
It's a little bit different. So, again, I think there's things that happen there that may not happen as frequently, at the male facility. So, all right. I
point
appreciate
exact.
your testimony.
I
Thank you.
appreciate your questions.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Y'all have a wonderful evening.
You do too. Circling back to Christina Capitan. I see you online.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Dathan, Representative Carney, Senator Sampson, Senator McCrory, and other distinguished members of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is Christina Capitan. I'm a resident of Broadbrook, Connecticut, and I'm the co-founder of CT Canna Warriors. I'm giving my testimony here today to express my strong support for HB 7186, which seeks to bring transparency and accountability to the use of body scanning machines and invasive searches in Connecticut correctional facilities. This bill is a necessary step toward modernizing security practices, protecting personal dignity, and ensuring that our state does not continue to subject incarcerated individuals unnecessarily, including those who are still in prison for nonviolent cannabis-related offenses, to humiliating and outdated procedures. Invasive searches harm those jailed for nonviolent cannabis offenses quite a bit. The fact that people are still incarcerated for those offenses in a state where cannabis is legal is already an injustice. But adding to that injustice, that these individuals are still subjected to degrading strip searches and cavity searches, often as a routine part of incarceration, is disheartening. I myself was incarcerated for a nonviolent cannabis offense, and I was in fact subject to these types of searches while I was incarcerated, and I hadn't had any visits during that time, but it is still used just randomly, and I was forced to bend over and show places that nobody really sees. And that definitely still haunts me today. It is clear that these searches really don't serve any rehabilitative purposes. I understand that they might be needed for protective purposes at this point, but if we're looking at a way that could potentially help to end those invasive activities for people in many cases, I think we should definitely take a good hard look at doing that. It'll also enhance facility safety and security. I think in other states that are looking at doing this or doing studies or actually implementing this, that they've seen some really good positive results. I'm sure, the correction officers also would prefer not to do these searches in many cases unnecessarily. It is a matter of humanity and dignity for people who may be incarcerated for a number of nonviolent offenses. But retaining that and rehabilitation and, hoping to not have any recidivism is, of course, the proposed outcome when you're putting people in incarceration. So while I believe that, yes, safety is important, I also believe that somebody retaining their dignity and humanity is also very important, and those can be very painful for a very long time. So I would encourage you to continue looking at this legislation and legislation like it that will give those individuals back their sense of self. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for sharing your story. Difficult testimony today, and I appreciate you putting yourself out there. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next,
Thank you, Representative.
We have Cindy Prizio. Oh, okay, great. We'll come back to her. We did Terry Ricks already. Next, we have Joshua Frazier. Okay. Joshua doesn't seem to be here. Next, Barbara Fair. Thank you, Barbara.
Good afternoon, membership of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is Barbara Fair, and I'm here today in support of HB 7186. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, a director at Stop Solitary Connecticut, and a West Haven resident. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard today on this very critical issue, the act of addressing strip search policy and a provision for body scanners, with the hope of eliminating the degrading and dehumanizing practice of stripping incarcerated people, not only in incarcerated people, also those in mental health facilities, stripping them of their human dignity under the color of law. First, I want to make it clear that although I am in support of a report from the DOC relative to body scanners, I am not supporting, not addressing the issue of the original intent of SB 885 in 2023 that acts to end the dehumanizing strip searches without probable cause to do so. I submitted written testimony, so I'm going to take my 3 minutes to take you on a journey if you're willing to go, but I'm here. We begin in a mental health facility with a young man who has experienced a mental health crisis. He sees a clinician who advises him that he needs to be moved to a mental health observation room to monitor his current crisis. He calmly agrees with the clinician. Officers arrive, they handcuff him behind his back, they place shackles on his ankle. Now keep this in mind, this is not 1600 American slavery. This is a mental health facility where professionals are there to help maintain good mental health. After being handcuffed and shackled, he's brought into a room with nothing except a bed, where he is told he must submit to a controlled strip search. It's a policy. In this facility, that calls for a person being stripped naked, commanded to get on their knees, press their chest against the side of the bed so the officers can check for weapons. Mind you, the person went from his cell to the clinician to this room. So what is the cause for this strip search? With the command, the person, as expected, becomes anxious and resistant and chanting, "In the name of Jesus, please let me go." An officer comes from behind, places a bag over his head, and he's sprayed with chemicals in his face several times. Several more officers enter the room and get this man on the bed, hold him down to complete a strip search. He's later wheeled out of the room, still handcuffed, shackled with a bag over his head. Long story short, this man, a son, a brother, and a father, ends up in Danbury Hospital where he's pronounced dead. A janitor leaves a statement saying he witnessed part of the man being beaten, but he left because he didn't want to be involved, but he was later called to clean up the room, which contained a mattress with lots of blood. Conclusion: no one has ever been held accountable for this death, even though it has been ruled a homicide. It occurred in Garner, CI, not in New York somewhere, but right here in Connecticut in 2018, and it was all due to refusing a policy-driven, no probable cause controlled strip search. A video of the entire event is trying to be sealed from the public. This inhumane practice continues unabated due to powerful and unchallenged rhetoric that strip search is a necessary tool to prevent drugs and other contraband from coming into correctional facilities. At the same time, the narrative that is missing from that rhetoric is that officers have for decades brought drugs and other contraband into facilities, and there's no policy in place for them to submit to these degrading experiences, not even a bag check. How is this justice? Please do not allow this inhumanity to continue by delaying what really needs to happen with legislation calling for studies and reports, while people are suffering this psychological warfare on a daily basis, putting scars on them that may last a lifetime. And I think I'm going to leave it there, but I just wanted to end it with, I think if the people at the top, the leadership had real vision, they could see something other than what we're doing. But when you don't have a vision, you just continue doing what you've always done. I went to Norway, so I got to see what it was like to do things another way. I remember a person was going out for a visit. When they came back, and the first thing I asked them, I said, you're not stripping searching them? And they said, no. Just like another point when they went into SAG, and I said, you don't chain them when they go to the hospitals and stuff, you don't chain them and shackle them, and they said no. So there is another way to treat people with humanity, and that's all that I ask in everything that I do, is just treat people with humanity. And let's face the truth about why we continue to do what we're doing. And I think it has a lot to do with the demographics of the people that are held in custody and the people who are guarding them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara, for your testimony. I did a little reading up on how it's handled in Norway, and I'm really was very surprised and pleasantly intrigued to learn about their rate of recidivism, because the whole sort of philosophy is to get people rehabilitated and really treating them as part of society. And so thank you so much for highlighting that. Is there any questions today?
I just wanted to add that this big book that you see here is about that death that I talked about. And just reading through all the investigation, it's just hard for me to understand how no one was held accountable for this man's death. But he did matter.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Appreciate that. Next we have Jan Kurtzman. I see you online, Jan.
Yes.
Yeah, right
Hello,
here.
nice to see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Good,
can.
okay. Thank you. My name is Jan Kritzman. I live in Newington. Good afternoon to the distinguished members of the Government Oversight Committee. I support HB 7183, or any proposed legislation that'll attempt to cap long-term care insurance premium increases and look into the cause of the unconscionable excesses of these premiums and the financial pain that they're causing policyholders in Connecticut. A little history. My husband and I bought long-term care insurance in 2004 from Transamerica Life. 21 years ago, we paid $1,000 each for our annual premiums, total $2,000, for our policies with the Connecticut Partnership Plan, which is certified by the state of Connecticut. We were very confident that this was a good, solid plan. It seemed like a sensible choice, as out of 2 of our 4 parents had needed long-term care decades before. Please note, statistically, 50% of us are going to need nursing home care at some point in our lives. Fast forward 21 years. Today, we're enduring unconscionable premium rate increases to the tune of 200, 300, or 400%. We now have to pay a combined $7,000 this year in annual premiums, with no assurance that these punishing rates will ever ease up. Few long-term care companies still sell this insurance in Connecticut anymore. Most stopped selling long-term care insurance about 12, 15 years ago. No new customers, no new premiums coming in. So for the companies to keep their CEOs lavishly compensated to the tune of a multi-millions of dollars in salary and benefits, et cetera, a year, they raise the premiums on the existing policyholders instead. Question, why the rate increases? The companies ask for the sun, the moon, and the stars. Well, they always get approved by the Connecticut Insurance Department for at least a bunch of stars and a few planets thrown in. They always get permission granted to choke the policyholders. Most of them are seniors, approximately 100,000 policyholders here in Connecticut. Why is this? The steady drumbeat excuse for these sky-high rate requests is as follows. Number 1, the genius actuaries at these companies didn't think people would live so long. Well, excuse me, I didn't mean to live so long. Also, They don't count on inflation. Are they really stupid or are they just acting stupid? Inflation is a pre-calculated risk that any actuary worth his salary would have anticipated. I don't buy it. And instead, we're stuck paying for this junk insurance. I was beyond thrilled to learn of your new Government Oversight Committee. Please use your resources and power to deep dive into this root causes of this long-term care insurance industry debacle that is choking Connecticut seniors at a time when they're least able to afford it and most likely to need it. You can always call Elon Musk and the Doge boys, I guess, for a little assistance. Please, someone ask me about the buyout offer Transamerican recently offered us, because it's quite a joke.
Jan, are you going to share with us? I can't wait to
yes.
hear pink.
Well, I was waiting for an entree into sharing with you.
sorry.
I see my friend who's very young. His name is Representative Vale over there. We had a lovely chat last week. In fact, this is the fourth time that I'm up here at the Capitol talking about long-term care insurance and the debacle that it's created for 100,000 seniors who hold the policies. Another thing I brought back from the Capitol last week was a really lovely cold, which today I just gave to my husband. We'll be fine, thank you. Okay, what happened about a month ago? Transamerica sent each of us a letter offering us a buyout. Our policies. Now, our policies now are worth about $535, maybe $550,000 each, which is $1.1 million. That's the coverage that we've had that grew with a 5% inflation clause that I paid extra for back in 2004. So keeping that in mind, that's what the policies are worth if Transamerica had to pay us out, if we put in a claim, okay? Now, my buyout offer was $71,000. Sounds pretty good, huh? Not so fast. My husband's buyout offer was $23,500. Each of us have put in $35,000 over a period of 21 years to pay a total of $70,000 for these policies. So I called Transamerica and I got a very robotic lady on the telephone. Maybe it was AI I was talking to. I don't really know. Anyway, I said, how come my policy buyout offer is so much more than my husband's? His offer is peanuts. And she said, well, she said, because you're a girl and he's a boy, and girls live longer than boys. And I said, not in my family, they don't, whatever, okay? It's true that they wanted to buy us out, which would have been a total of about $94,000. Sounds pretty good. Not so fast again, okay? That's about 9% of the value of the total policies. In other words, they buy us out for 9% of what they would have to pay if we landed in nursing homes. Pretty clever on their part, right? They buy us out. Then we have no long-term care insurance. Let's just say we take the buyout. Now, $94,000 after federal and Connecticut state income tax reduces to around $51,000 to $53,000, something like that. That would be enough to pay for one of us about 3.5 months in a nursing home, which is at a cost of $15,000 a month. So I said to myself, I'm going to keep this damn policy, land in a nursing home, and make them pay. Well, I hope I can do that. Well, actually, I don't really hope that I can land in the nursing home. But 50% of people, 1 out of 2 of all of you, do need long-term care. Now, I also want to mention, this is cute. Maybe you don't know about this, but these long-term care insurance policies have what's called reinsurance. In other words, if they have to pay out a claim, they put in for a claim and they get a percentage back of the claim money that they paid out. How do you like that? So what does it cost them? Probably very little, okay? Now, also mention establishing, this is very important. I think we can clear a lot of this up. If we can establish a state of Connecticut long-term care payroll tax fund, much like paid family leave, it would save Medicaid from going bust.
I hear you. Thank you. Oh, did we lose her?
No, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Can you
Oh,
see me?
yes, now we can see you.
Okay. Oh, good. Also, I forgot to mention that should we take the buyout, it would infect in a very negative way our Social Security benefits. There's no real reason to take a buyout other than to do a favor to the long-term care insurance industry. Oh, by the way, it said in the letter, it didn't say anything about negotiating this buyout offer. But when I said, well, what about negotiating the buyout offer? You know, the art of the deal. And the woman robot said to me, oh, no, it's non-negotiable. It says so in the letter. And I said, no, it doesn't. Whatever. I was arguing with, you know, a machine.
Thank you. Representative Vale.
Hi.
Hi, good to see you again.
You too.
What if, like, again, I recognize this problem, obviously. This, I was a correction officer and I sold insurance. So these two things that we're talking about today happening, I actually can pretend like I know something. But
what a life's experience.
Yes.
And a legislator too.
Yes. But I certainly have concerns with this whole long-term care thing. I won't reiterate the whole conversation we had last week, but and this is in a few different committees. I'm not understand maybe the cognitions between them all, but we'll figure it out. But I definitely recognize the problem. What if we looked into ways if, you know, maybe if they gave you a fair interest rate based on what, if you had made that investment in those premiums for that amount of time, that buyout would make more sense if you were getting interest in accruing over the last 20 years on both premiums. That was a fair, or we could tie it to some number, you know, or something like that. I think that would make that number a lot higher, and then maybe the buyouts might make sense. And in theory, all your premiums should so if whatever your premiums you paid should be subtracted from the buyout for tax purposes. So you should only be paying taxes on gains. But again, that's the purpose you bought it, was to protect yourself from these things. But yeah, this is a major issue, and I don't know what the perfect solution is, but I definitely, to keep selling these policies and have the rates go up, they're not supposed to go up because they're all determined based on the age you were when you bought the policy. And in selling these, it's kind of tough. There's a very long process of underwriting. It's not an easy issue insurance policy. I want to say over half the policies that I ever sold, I never sold a lot of long-term care, but I did understand it. But I'd say over half the policies never even were issued because of somebody might have had high blood pressure. So they only take the most healthy of people at the time they purchase it. And then they're not even, to me, this is on the insurance industry for not figuring out the numbers right. And it's a big issue. And I appreciate you coming up here and sharing your experience, and the others that have too. But keep the fight up. But maybe we'll try to find some solution that might work. It's complicated.
I would like to ask you, Rep. Vale, establishing a state of Connecticut long-term care payroll tax fund, much like paid family leave. What do you think about something like that? Or Rep. Dathan, others, senators and reps that I'm speaking to today, I'd like to hear what you have to say about something like that, because I think paid family leave has been quite successful. I was just talking to a woman yesterday, and it really saved her mortgage.
So generally
when
speaking,
she was in hospital.
a public hearing is for the legislators to ask questions, but I am going to defer to my young friend, the right, Representative Vale.
Yeah, I wouldn't know enough to I'm open to listen to any suggestions to try to find a solution. So yeah, I'd certainly be happy to have that conversation with others as well, just to find a solution that's that works. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if we have any ERISA issues like we do in health insurance. So it's a different animal. Well, thank you very much, Jan. And I do miss your pink boxing gloves from our days of and insurance several years ago. But thank you for always coming up and being part of this democratic process. Next, we have my constituent, Diane Laura Cella.
Good afternoon, Chair Representative Dathan and Co-Chair Senator Gadkar Wilcox and esteemed members of the Government Oversight Committee.
They take me.
Oh, hey, we're sharing the screen. I wanted to give you some thoughts about House Bill 7184, but I first wanted to lend my support to 7186 for body scanning. Those were very powerful testimonies, and I really appreciate that this committee is looking into that. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great, Diane.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if you could see me. First, going back to House Bill 7184, Section 1. As I read through it initially, when I saw the fact that there was a study to reestablish Legislative Program Review and Investigations Committee, I signed up to speak. Then I read the rest of the bill, and I'm still here because I wanted to lend some thoughts about this bill. First of all, I volunteer with many not-for-profit environmental groups, public health groups, outdoor groups as well. And I would say what comes to mind is the old adage, you can't manage what you don't measure. Any way that this committee and the state can make it easier for funding and managing not-for-profits when they work with the state, and they're a very important part of state governance, it should happen. So unlike the Office of Policy and Management, about reestablishing this Legislative Program Review and Investigations Committee, I say let's do it. Unless the Office of OPM or some other entity already handles this role, which I don't think they do, I believe that it is needed. Someone has to do it. Unless this Government Oversight Committee's mandate is amended to conduct reviews and investigations, someone has to do it. Self-reporting by the agencies themselves does not always give an accurate picture of performance. Of course, the review and investigation should be conducted fairly and professionally, unlike the Washington-based Doge destruction scene right now. I remember when the Connecticut legislature had such a committee, and I used their resulting reports to help me advise environmental clients as well as reflect on which programs would apply to things that I was working on. The public could review studies and findings in order to understand that program's role better. While this bill appears to highlight nonprofit agencies, I think I do have a short list of programs that needing oversight, review, and investigation. Later on, after I'm done, if you want me to give you one or two examples, I will. The state auditors of public accounts in their written testimony said it, quote, it would be difficult to determine the number of grants that are specifically for studies. Well, that's the point of this bill. We need to have things to measure and things to look at. I support any effort to make it more effective and efficient for nonprofits to do business with the state and reimbursement rates and standards. In Section 5, I would like you to consider reducing the trigger point to not $100,000, but maybe $50,000, and reduce the amount of time to get that report to you, making it 6 months, not 1 year. Section 8, I'm very happy about, no matter which, this has to do with municipal grant portals. As an activist and advocate, I would like to know where my tax dollars are going, and I think it would be very important to have it's a great idea to contrast and compare and to see what counts.
Please summarize. Your 3 minutes are up.
Yes, one more. In summary, Section 9. I very much appreciate that there is some mention of qualified resident bidders. I think they should get extra points and be preferred when doing business with the state. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do you know within any of the business that you've operated in the state working with municipalities, are you aware of any sort of contract database that municipalities might use that would be help OPM to work through this grant portal process?
Yes, well, one thing that OPM actually funds and can hold towns to account is the Plan of Conservation and Development. I know that there are monies available for them, for towns to have assistance in putting together that program. I would like to compare and contrast because towns do it differently. Even though there is that goal, they have to do it every 10 years, if not less. I think maybe it's even been reduced to every 5 years. That is one thing. Another is the program of reimbursing schools. I know it's been very, very controversial on construction. I think it would be very important for the public to look at a database that looks at all the different construction companies that are working on school construction, because I'm particularly interested and often disappointed in my own city of the lack of use of renewable resource energy in adding to the construction reimbursement requests. In addition, HVAC requests right now is a grant making. I hear with a bill coming up that maybe it will no longer be a grant. Instead, it will be just part of reimbursement. But it is a program, school construction reimbursement program. There needs to be quite a bit of review to make sure that the towns are purchasing the right land if they need to. Are they looking to see whether they have town-owned land that they could place schools on before they purchase land at great expense and ask for reimbursement partially? Also, the lack, as I said, of many schools to include renewable energy first, not last, in their plans.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony today. Seeing no further questions, I'm going to hand off to my good co-chair.
Thank
Have
you.
a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Kathy Flaherty from the Connecticut Legal Rights Project. On the line? No, okay. Do we have Deborah Martinez? Community and Prison Reform?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is Deborah Martinez. I'm a former rape crisis counselor, a rape survivor, and a current prison reform advocate. And I have a brother who's been incarcerated here in Connecticut for 25 years. I feel like the foundation of what's before you is pretty straightforward. I don't believe that any of you would dispute that any form of sexual violence or sexual behavior used in a manner that exerts power and control over another person without that person's consent is wrong. In fact, it's illegal. And yet we allow it. Here in Connecticut, we sanction it with administrative directives and we make excuses for it by saying, well, they've committed a crime and they're in jail. Prison is loss of freedom, not loss of dignity, nor justification to cause harm to those who are there. It's equal to saying her skirt was too short or he or she drank too much. DOC will tell you it's about safety or security. I visit a facility twice a week, the same times each week. On each Tuesday, my visit begins at 8 a.m. Roll call for employees is at 7:45. Week after week, I watch staff walk in with lunch boxes, computer bags, and full-on duffel bags. In fact, each week I see a resident provider from Yukon come in and never go through the metal detector, nor do they check his bag. We all know the statistics and we've all seen the news. Are we strip searching them? We don't even check their bags. A couple times a year, I do see an officer policing the front door, policing his own, but they don't check the bags. The staff member flashes the bag open and then they keep it moving. I see it every week. And so can you. You just have to see the camera footage, or I invite you to come with me to sign in for a visit and just watch. Strip searches are one-sided. That's about power. I have lots of conversations with people who agree with me and disagree with me, including DOC staff. And I believe the majority of DOC staff takes no pleasure in strip searches. But I heard a question on how do you know who may take something in a visit? How do you know who needs to be searched? Well, let me tell you, pay attention. Tell officers to get off their phones in the bubble, stay awake during their visiting post. I don't know how many times I've heard officers snoring in the chair while I'm at a visit. Why does the umbrella of safety and security only apply to residents and not staff? Would we never search staff? We would never search any of you just because we have what DOC calls reasonable suspicion. When did we become okay with strip searching the clothes from another human being, naked, genitals exposed, making degrading comments, and bending them over their bunk to search them, 4, putting them naked on tables. And if you fight back, what you've heard is it only gets worse. Strip searches are not just because you're suspected of something either. In order just to get a visit with your family member at Cheshire, you're entitled to 3 visits a week. That's 156 visits a year that one person is entitled to. That's 156 strip searches. And it's not just for contact visits. There are times when non-contact visits require strip searches. It's another example of how DOC is unchecked and unmonitored agency with no real consequences for breaking the law themselves. And in fact, our state is watching this and allowing it. When DOC staff break the law, when we have protocols such as these strip searches, it undoubtedly causes harm, and we as taxpayers pay the price, literally pay the price in payouts, on lawsuits, in budget restructuring to pay those enormous sums of money. I heard a comment today about strip searches, and they said it's something that just has to happen to keep everyone safe. And now I come to you as someone who has literally been sexually assaulted. With all due respect, the degrading and dehumanizing experience of a strip search and cavity searches.
Deborah, thank you. That's 3 minutes if you could just wrap up.
Sure. It's reactive. Let's be proactive and look at how population management houses people, have the agency not police themselves, have body scanners. That'll eliminate the need for strip searches. Being reactive doesn't keep crime from happening. It happens after the crime occurs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being here today and for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions from the committee. No, and I don't see any in line. Thank you very much. Let me jump back. I know, Cindy, you weren't here to testify. You're up on the list, and you're out for a meeting. So why don't I have you come up?
Thank you so much. So Chair, Senator Wilcox, Representative Davin, ranking members, Senator Sampson, and Representative Carney, and all esteemed members of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is Cindy Prizio. I'm here today speaking on behalf of One Standard of Justice. We're a statewide nonprofit that deals with families and their loved ones who are accused and convicted of crimes of a sexual nature. I want to speak personally today as a mother of a person who was formerly incarcerated. Nothing prepares you. Nothing. I just remember those days of going from the bed to the couch. We used to visit my loved one, my son, and I want to thank him for not disclosing all the things that he was exposed to. He protected me. And it wasn't until I came into this community in 2015 with the likes of Barbara Fair and many other advocates that I learned about the practices and the humane treatment. He had a quote unquote, according to the commissioner of the DOC, a by the book corrections officer. I also feel if I had enough courage at the time, I would have had a claim against him for sexual assault. The way he treated my son in such a robust way, checking him and making him stand naked in front of him while he checked over inch by inch of the fabric of his clothing. And he used to leave my son after a visit as the last man standing in the room, and he would do it the last. And I think it was a way to punish me because I was already advocating by then. And so what I've learned is that some of the most sadistic, punitive, angry people have been corrections staff. But also, and I'm not saying all of them are like that. There's good actors and bad actors, and I don't care if I'm blue, purple, or red state. I just want to identify that we must do better in treating our most vulnerable in a good way. And I think Deandra, did I pronounce his name right? Evelise's his friend had spoken about human dignity. What's the price of it? It's priceless. And so the reason I bring up good actors, bad actors is because I think it was last year, or the year before, when the strip searching issue came up. We wanted kiosks, and we want the advocates and the loved ones want our community protected by letting all people who walk into prisons go through the kiosk. We know contraband will not be solved unless all correction staff goes through it. And I remember the corrections officers denying that. They just said it was impossible, implausible. They couldn't get their 60 odd men and women together to do that through the morning drill. And I say, I call foul on that. Yes, we can.
Thanks, Cindy. Thank you. That's 3 minutes. If you can just wrap up if you have another sentence.
I think we've been playing around with this bill, and I think that we've heard it. I agree with everything. If you have a mental, if you're mentally unwell, strip searches, it is sexual assault. There's no two ways to put it. And so we heard about the money through Devon Ward that our correction staff are making with overtime. So I'm asking you, let's be smarter. Let's bring back compassion and empathy, and that's all I've got.
Thank you.
That's all I've got, really. But
No,
I do want it identified. Strip searching is sexual assault, period.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for sharing your personal story, being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Question?
Rep Vale.
Yes, it's again, when talking about this and we talk about make general statements towards corrections staff, it kind of pisses me off, to be honest with you. If you have specific incidents where they did stuff, then I understand that. But to just generalize corrections, you look on TV, you look everywhere. Have you ever seen a movie where besides the Green Mile, where correction officers were in where they're ever portrayed in a good light? There's a lot of people who do that, and I'm going to tell you, after doing that job for 20 years, you're not the same either. So it's a very big sacrifice that these people make. And not everybody in prison's an angel and acts like an angel 24/7 either. So I'm more than willing to have this conversation because I do think that things in there aren't perfect and we could do it better. But by villainizing correction officers is not going to be a way you're going to win any support from me. And that goes for anybody who testifies in this moving forward. So I just want that to be clear. It's a shitty job, okay? And it's tough. And you can see I'm passionate about it too, okay? This is my experience in there. And there's probably a lot of other officers that have it way worse than I do, okay? I recognize it. I want to help solve a problem. But let's not villainize a group of people, okay? That's what I'm saying moving forward.
I want to respond to you where I did say good actors, bad actors on both sides. And I can't give you specifics. I can tell you my lived experience. I went to the commissioner of the DOC on this one person who was persecuting my son. And everybody said, oh, we would never put somebody dangerous like that into that community in particular. It was Brooklyn. And my cousin, the attorney, did a quick Google search, and the guy's got the corrections officer has all these open cases. And where people had been dismissed, the judge kept him on the complaint. So I feel I have a trust issue with DOC. I'm not, and here's my mantra, a mother of a formerly incarcerated. I prayed to my God that my son smiled once a day and somebody smiled back. I prayed that he did an act of kindness for someone and someone did an act of kindness back. And I prayed that he had a belly laugh once a day so that he could keep his humanity. And I'm not saying it's all this or it's all that, but we can do better.
Thank you, Cindy.
And I could agree with that, but it's just like the general tone is that it's just bad so I just want to make that out. We can, if we want to make real strides, you can either jam it down someone's throat or it can be a collective conversation of people who can find a solution that may work for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vale. And yeah, we're not here, we're not really
Right.
trying to attempt to make generalizations. I heard a lot of personal narratives though. And so to thank you for being here. It's not easy to share those personal narratives either. So for everyone who's here testifying, you know, those personal narratives, I hope we take as a sort of an indication of perhaps a pattern of behavior without generalizing against an entire group of people. And we find that balance somewhere. And let me throw, as a constitutional scholar, our Constitution gives us the right to be there to do this and have this conversation. So thank you for your comment, Representative Vale, and thank you very much for your testimony and particularly presenting that personal narrative, which I know is not easy to do.
Thank you so much.
And I think I see Tracy.
Yep, I'm here.
So you next.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't see Kathy's name. Yeah. So Tracy from the ACLU of Connecticut?
Yes.
Your 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tracy Bernardi Guzman, and I am a resident of Waterbury, Connecticut. I am testifying today in support of House Bill 7186, an act requiring a report concerning the use of body scanning machines and strip search and cavity searches in the correctional facilities. According to the 2003 Prison Rape Elimination Act, PREA, the Connecticut Department of Correction explicitly states zero tolerance policy for sexual abuse or harassment of incarcerated individuals. However, this policy stands in stark contrast to the current practices that allow guards, good guards and not good guards, right, to coerce individuals into a degrading strip search, whether it's their job or not their job, right? It's still, we don't want to do it. I was incarcerated for 23 years. I experienced this traumatic practice hundreds of times, if not thousands of times. I was ordered, not asked kindly or anything, to lift my breast, shake out my hair, face the wall, squat and cough. I was then directed to bend at my knees, spread my buttocks, and cough again. Each instance was invasive, dehumanizing, and left me with severe post-traumatic stress that continues to affect me to this day. The alternative presented by HB 7186, the implementation of body scanners, offers a necessary and humane shift. I am sure that even the good staff that are in corrections would want what we're asking for. Body scanners provide an effective and less invasive means of maintaining security while mitigating the psychological harm caused by strip searches. Understanding the costs and logistics of adopting this technology is a critical step forward, fostering a correctional system that respects the dignity and humanity of incarcerated individuals. I urge this committee to envision the strip search process I just described, not as my experience, but as yours, or of that of your loved one. Imagine being forced to undress completely, to squat, to spread your body, to cough on command. It is traumatizing to even articulate these words, let alone endure the reality of such humiliation. This is why it is imperative to explore the cost of implementing body scanners and embrace a humane approach. No one should ever be forced to strip search unless it is absolutely proven that they pose a danger. And body scanners provide the technology to ensure this without subjecting individuals to unnecessary trauma. And you're right, there are good staff and there are also, unfortunately, bad staff, right? But the bottom line is, if we didn't have to have anyone being ordered to be strip searched, unless it was proven by a body scanner that a strip search is necessary, many people would not go home with such trauma. And this kind of trauma contributes to the recidivism rate, because people that can't get over their trauma have a really, really hard time reintegrating back into society. And that's what we're saying here today. That's what I'm saying here today. And I would be happy to answer any questions. And I thank you for listening to me and for considering what I had to say today.
Thank you so much, Tracy. And again, thank you for being here and recounting your own personal narrative. That's really difficult to do. And I just want to emphasize, express my appreciation for your being willing to do that. That's not easy. And also, as you point out, we're focusing on a process here, not necessarily the intent of any individual. And so the question for us as a committee is whether we can make that process better and more humane, more dignified, and if there's technology to do that, that's sort of what's before us. So thank you for adding that narrative. And let me see if there's any other questions or comments from the committee. No, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please consider. Thanks.
I'm going to turn it over to my good co-chair for another minute when I step out and come back.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. Next, we have Orlando Rodriguez. I see you on Zoom. And just to note, number 30, Lily Murray, I see you as an attendee. If you can just accept the invitation to become a panelist, you are up next. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Orlando.
Good afternoon, Senator Gadcord Wilcox, Representative Dathan, Senator Sampson, Representative Carney, and members of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is Orlando Rodriguez, and I am a Research and Policy Development Specialist for CEA, which represents educators in over 150 districts across the state. CEA wholeheartedly supports Senate Bill 1407. We must be certain that there are no approved private special education programs that charge excessive rates and fall short on meeting the needs of special education students. From the 2018 to 2019 school year through the 2022-2023 school year, tuition in Connecticut for private, residential, or out-of-state placements increased from roughly $93,000 per pupil to $113,000 per pupil. That is an increase of nearly 22% in just 4 years. In 2021, the Connecticut Post reported that the highest salary for a school superintendent in Connecticut was $315,000. A CEA review of IRS filings of APSEPs found exorbitant compensation over $400,000 annually for executives of 7 providers. The highest individual compensation in 2021 was $1.4 million. The average teacher salary in Connecticut is approximately $83,000. This includes special education teachers. You can hire an additional 17 special education teachers for the price of one APSEP executive making $1.4 million a year. We recommend additional language for this bill requiring the Connecticut State Department of Education to identify APSEPs where individual executive compensation is more than 3 times the median teacher salary for the APSEPs, and/or total executive compensation is more than 3 times the highest individual executive compensation for the APSEP. Sadly, the bad practices of some providers call for tighter oversight of APSEPs. We believe a fixed price schedule is needed to rein in runaway pricing for special education services charged by some private providers. Furthermore, there must be a cap on executive compensation. Most private sector providers are nonprofit charitable organizations and should not have for-profit executive pay. CEA believes it is urgent to have transparency on rates charged by APSEPs. Furthermore, we look forward to working with the State Department of Education on developing a methodology to determine a fair maximum fixed price schedule. We thank the committee for its addressing this challenging topic. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you, Orlando. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony, sir. Did Lily Murray, did she accept yet? Lily, we're going to go on to the next one. Please accept the invitation to become a panelist so you can testify. Next, we're going to go to Rick Sebastian, who I see in the room.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Dathan, members of the Oversight Committee. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for your service. I've been here for a couple of hours listening to a number of people giving testimony. Thank you for the work that you do on behalf of all constituents in the state. I'm honored to be the president and CEO of the Kennedy Collective. We're a 74-year-old organization serving people with disabilities. On an annual basis, we support about 1,200 folks with intellectual disabilities, mental health disabilities, physical disabilities, a wide range of individuals. We're predominantly providing services and human services in Fairfield and New Haven counties, but because of a contract that we have with the Department of Transportation, we're also serving 105 other communities throughout the state and teaching people with disabilities how to access public transportation. I was pleased to look at the language that you're providing for oversight, specifically as it relates to rate reimbursement. On my way here from Trumbull this afternoon, I came across 2 construction zones that had to do with bridge repair and road repair. The nonprofit sector in the state of Connecticut, unlike the for-profit transportation providers that are looking at bridge building, don't have the same reimbursement rates available to us that the for-profit commercial sector does. I'll give you 2 examples to raise awareness about why I support this particular bill and OPM's charge to look at how we're being reimbursed for the services that we provide. For the last 25, almost 30 years, we have specialized in providing services to people with high-need behavioral intervention. Think of those individuals in our communities that require significant one-to-one intervention, or else their inappropriate behavior would result in physical injury to themselves, physical injury to others, or property damage. Our rate of reimbursement to provide one-to-one services for 70 individuals that we support on a day-to-day basis is $39. Our cost is $43 if we pay a person $17.25. We can't recruit individual employees at $17.25 to serve this high-need population. $21 an hour is a rate that we're paying, and that average hourly cost is $53. So if we look at the delta, the Kennedy Collective is subsidizing the state of Connecticut to the tune of $408,000 for 20 individuals. Add another 50 who have a little bit higher rate of reimbursement, we're losing more than $630,000. That loss is actually a subsidy that a nonprofit 501c3 is providing to the state. I understand that the state is also a nonprofit, but we can't have that level of reimbursement that we're losing, and we're using dollars from philanthropic activities and losing dollars from our commercial business activities to subsidize the state. A second area of concern that I also want to raise your attention to, and you've heard a colleague report on this earlier today, and that's your authorization of rate increases or one-time COLA increases from year over year. You authorized a 2% rate increase last year effective July 1st, 2024. It's now March 11th, 2025, and we have not seen that rate increase. The Kennedy Collective would have anticipated or should anticipate between $500,000 and $600,000 if we're looking at a 2% rate of reimbursement. That then results in about $30,000 of carrying costs that we have to then go out to our line of credit. We're paying 7.5% on that line of credit. That has cost us about $2,200 in the 8 months that we have been in this fiscal year. If we calculate that out and do an extrapolation and look at the more than 100 providers in the state that are receiving that 2% or not receiving that 2%, we're now talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, again, that the nonprofit sector, human service providers, are subsidizing the state of Connecticut. Those are the 2 main areas that I wanted to bring to your attention. I can give you many more areas that I'm very supportive of the bill on, in really helping the nonprofit sector be much more value-oriented and much more impactful as we continue to support the tens of thousands of people with disabilities throughout the state. Thank you again for your service. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share with you some of the impact that's happening in one organization in the state, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Rick. You talked a little bit about hourly rates and what you're having to pay for folks. Can you talk a little bit about the turnover you have in your organization, particularly with the people that are doing the more entry-level jobs?
Yeah, absolutely. We employ, currently we've got 515 employees that are W-2 employees. We have 90 vacancies. So for a total workforce of about 605 people, more than 78% of those folks are frontline employees that are earning between $17.25 and $21 an hour, a little bit higher than 21 if folks have been here for 20 or 30 years. We have some folks that stay in this particular service. That level of reimbursement for those individual employees is filled with total cost of ownership. The base wage then gets added. As you may know, you've got a fully loaded labor burden. That base wage of $17.25 to just over $21 an hour, add 10.5 to almost 11% statutory tax, FICA, workers' comp, unemployment insurance. Add to that an $11,000 health insurance benefit just for a single employee. Add to that paid time off. Add to that mandatory, on January 1st, mandatory sick time up to 40 hours a week. Add to that, then we're looking at overhead, the cost of utilities, the cost of communications, the cost of transportation. And then finally add in depreciation and add in general and administrative costs. And that entire labor burden is far greater than the base wage that we're paying folks. Our folks are looking at second and third jobs to make ends meet for their families. The organization is looking at creating reimbursement opportunities and providing services. I realize that this is not the Appropriations Committee and talking finances, and it's not the Finance Committee, but it's important to understand that the move you're making with this committee to have OPM look at rate reimbursement studies is a very positive move. And I think together with all of your other colleagues looking at what we can do to strengthen the nonprofit sector here in Connecticut that's providing services to vulnerable people in our communities is a move that really is about investing in the future. And I understand that rate studies are going to take some time. I understand that reimbursement is not going to be the same as the for-profit sector. One thing that's missing in the nonprofit sector is profit. The for-profit sector, if they're charging $1 to build that bridge, the state will reimburse that dollar. But inside that dollar, there is a profit margin for them. When we provide services and the state pays us $1 to provide a service for $1, it's the dollar. It's the total cost of service. And that's the distinct difference between us and the for-profit sector.
It sounds like from what you said earlier, it's a bit more than $1, but we'll leave that aside.
Yes, very much so.
Is there any other questions? Oh, sorry, Representative Gucker.
Not more of a question, more of a statement. I want to thank you for the work that you do for, those who are disabled. I have a special spot in my heart for that kind of work myself, as not disabled, but suffers from learning disabilities, being dyslexia. I understand, that all people have different needs and wants. How do you fill in these holes if you're not able to, the state's not reimbursing you what your costs are? How do you make that up? And, how do you stay solvent? How do you keep going?
I'm old enough to remember the television show, The $64,000 Question, and I realize that with inflation, it's probably the $1 million question today. That level of filling those gaps is becoming more and more difficult for us. I've been the CEO at the Kennedy Collective for about 7 years, just over 7 years now. And I have built social enterprises for the last 25, almost 30 years. Those triple bottom line businesses that don't require traditional governmental funding, but are contracts. We are a federal contractor, a state of Connecticut contractor, and a commercial contractor. The profit that we're making from those governmental contracts that are different from traditional funding are being used to subsidize and fill in the gaps. We are now out on our line of credit almost to the exact amount. And so sleeping at nighttime is not something that CEOs and leadership of nonprofits are doing a whole lot of these days, because we're just one incident, one a major issue in the community away from some disaster happening to the individual or to the organization as a whole. We're subsidizing also by using that line of credit. We're subsidizing also by bringing in some additional philanthropic dollars, but none of those come close to what the rate of reimbursement really should be to provide that particular service that we're being asked to provide. You also heard earlier today that we're being asked in the human services sector to do more and more and more. And that unfunded mandate would be one thing if those unfunded mandates added value to the service recipients. Some of the mandates that we have absolutely add zero value. It's just to keep some checklist checked. And so we're also looking and asking you and asking other committee members and your colleagues to look at helping reduce some of those regulatory burdens that are placed on our sector disproportionately. We're close. You use the word solvent. We're close to having the conversation about insolvency. And in order to avoid that, 2.5 weeks ago, we began the first of what will be 3 layoffs in our organization. We're starting with back office admin support. We're consolidating our workforce. We've got a request into our largest funder, being DDS, to consolidate our physical plant. We operate 5 physical plants that are home to our administrative services as well as program services. And DDS will take up that request to consolidate into 1 or 2 locations so that we can save dollars. We have about 75,000 square feet of space. We're using about 50, but we're paying for the equivalent of another building, which costs us on average about $250,000 a year to operate. So we're now, to avoid insolvency, we're looking at all aspects: increase profitability on our commercial side, on the social enterprises, decrease the amount of regulatory activity that we have to do, and then engaging in terminations, layoffs, and physical plant consolidations.
And thank you for that. I would be interested to, at a later date, hear or see what are those unfunded mandates, how we could work on maybe that aspect of it. We often find that sometimes these unfunded mandates have unintended consequences. They may start out with altruistic ideas, but then, of course, we find out what those unintended consequences are at the end. And on a lighthearted note, I mean, if you were a municipality, it sounds like you would be a Alice district, as we would say, which would be, one paycheck away from losing it all. So I appreciate your testimony. I appreciate the work you do. And if we can help you with some of those other points, maybe we can find a common ground to keep you solvent. Thank you again, Madam Chair.
That would be great. And Representative Gucker, I too am the parent of a child with a disability. My oldest daughter has multiple disabilities. And so the Sebastian family lives disability 24/7, 365. This is not a passion. This is not a hobby. Our business, we're the 3rd largest employer in the town of Trumbull. Our business enterprise is a business, and we have to think of it that way. We're not charities. We're charitable, but we're not in a position that we can serve the people that we're charged to serve, thinking of just charity alone. I would invite each of you, in the free time that I know you don't have in those sleepless nights, read Dan Pallotta's book, Uncharitable. And it talks about the role that the nonprofit sector plays in community to advance humanity. And you've been hearing about that conversation from a couple of other folks that have given testimony today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And just for the avoidance of doubt, I support that we need to give our workers health care. People need to have a living wage. So I know some do sound like unfunded mandates, but we do need to make sure that the folks that are caring for the safety net are also healthy and get access to services. So
Absolutely. And if we're successful in finding this common ground, I think we can also reduce the overall costs to the state of Connecticut. 60% of our frontline workforce are Husky recipients. And so they manage their time so that they don't lose their benefit, which is a whole nother
That's the
conversation
benefit
that we
cliff.
have, and that benefit cliff.
And that's something we've talked a lot about in human services, and I would love to see a pilot program to talk about that, but that's outside of the jurisdiction of
Yeah.
this committee. So I appreciate it. Just one last question. In results to the rate increases that you talked about, just wanted to, were those results from ARPA money, or was that a result of increased rates for services that are provider rate increases? Because I wasn't aware that there were provider rate increases as of July.
Not necessarily. So I was mistaken in saying a rate increase. You authorized, the legislature last year authorized a 2%, the $50 million. And I don't know if we get the full 2% or
The
something.
COLA.
Right. One time. So DDS, as our largest payer, is looking at then adjusting rates of reimbursement. So that 1-to-1 rate, $39.48 reimbursement, has been set. If there's any additional money, DDS looks at then modifying that rate accordingly, if they can.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify that because that was something, because we talk a lot about rates up here, and we want to make sure that everyone's clear what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think just like the definition of disability at the federal level, multiple definitions of rate as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Sebastian. Lily Murray, I know you're still waiting if you can please accept the invitation to become a panelist, that would be great. Next, we have Mike Vanderlen. And I'm sorry, I'm really bad at.
That was fantastic. Good. Thanks. It's Van Vlanderen, in case we're face to face again. We do a lot for different committees. So, my name is Mike Van Vlanderen. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Reliance Health, which provides services for over 1,000 individuals every year in Eastern Connecticut. We have about 250 staff. We are one of the largest employers in the town of Norwich in southeastern Connecticut. And I'm here to speak on behalf of House Bill 7184 in support of, in particular, the language that you heard Rick speak about and Ben speak about, and my boss will speak about in a few minutes. Looking at the contracts regularly and timely payments. There's a lot of moving parts to this. So in terms of the language in the bill stating payments within 45 days, that gets to a particular kind of payment, whereas we're paid mostly on quarterly payments. But I will tell you a story about not being paid and the impact it had in the epiphany I had sitting listening to everyone's testimony just now. We provided homeless outreach services for Eastern Connecticut for 35 years. That contract was rebid early in 2024. We submitted a bid and we won the ability to retain those services and continue providing those services. Our old contract was ended on June 30th of 2024, and the new contract started on July 1. Since we had already been doing the services, all of our staff stayed in place. We did not get money to provide for staff for those services until February of this year. That's seven months that we didn't get paid for a contract we had been providing for 35 years. The epiphany I had while sitting here listening to testimony is questions being asked, well, how are you able to continue to pay folks when you don't have the money? And the sad thing is, and to Rick's point, is it's because of staff turnover in all of our other programs and not having enough staff to fill roles and being able to take money from other parts of the agency because we're not fully staffed. While we were sitting here, we were texting our human resource officer to see what our turnover rate is, and it's 26%. So you can do the math and what that means for an agency of 250 staff. That means of our 24/7 programming, a lot of which should be double staffed on each shift, we have mostly single shift staffs on second, third, and weekend shifts. And just to sum up, what that means is an increase in workplace violence, which we've seen over the last 5 years. And the Alliance has done a study to bear out the fact that more than half of agencies have seen an increase in workplace violence over the last few years. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to double check with your payment terms
Yep.
from DDS and other state providers. Are they in line with this sort of 45 days or less from invoice date?
We get paid mostly on a quarterly basis, and we've not had an issue with that. Like I say, that we had this one thing with the contract where it was sort of an egregious period of time. The ARPA dollars not coming in for anybody over such a long period of time. And that's, if I had a concern about this bill, it would be OPM doing the evaluating and language such as adequately compensated, because I know OPM has submitted to the similar Senate bill about this, that they are against any move forward for them to have to provide any oversight, saying that it would be costly and various other things. So I guess if anything, it would be language to sort of flesh out what adequately compensated means, indexing to a CPI, squaring it with public sector jobs. I mean, however you want to define that, but I would define it.
Great. Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony.
Thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. Carrie Dyer.
Hi, good evening to everybody in the committee. Thank you so much for your time. I will just continue to reiterate what Rick and what Mike just spoke about for House Bill 7184. My name is Carrie Dyer. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Reliance Health. I've worked there for 31 years. For more than half of that time, our funding has been flat or cut. So I feel very passionately about having something put in place, and I think this is a move in the right direction. And many of the other committees, some of which you folks are on and have heard us speak to, we're speaking about putting in a mechanism to index to inflation. When we run our business, and it is, I hear the word charitable and I cringe because it describes something that does not have the same costs as other businesses. We have 14 houses where people live. Those houses need to be maintained. They need to be treated in such a way that the individuals who live in them understand that they are being respected and have a hope for a good future with good health. My hope is that this bill helps us to analyze things that make sense. As Mike said, there needs to be a definition of what is adequate. I can give you an example that we did a rebid process with OPM for a service, and we lost points and subsequently lost the contract, part of which was indicated that it was because we paid our staff too low of a salary. That is a direct result of not getting payments over time, not getting cost of living, and not being able to adjust for things like inflation. That felt very punitive. And we're in a position where we didn't have control over those dollars. And I took great offense to that because this was something that we come here and we advocate for nonprofits to be treated with respect so that our services can then give respect to the individuals who are homeless, who have mental health diagnoses, who have intellectual disabilities, but it's not given in return. So I very much also appreciate the language that nonprofits would be part of these discussions, because I think we all have examples to help humanize this, but also help understand the business aspect. You know, cybersecurity in 2007 wasn't an insurance that we paid for, but it is now. Our medical expenses are enormous. Mike is referencing workplace violence. That's going to have an impact on our liability insurance. And those things cost money. We're not then allowed to reduce the services that we offer to balance the fact that these expenses are going up. And to be honest, we don't want to. Our programs are designed to serve the state through these contracts, to serve individuals. We want to do this work. The people who work for us want to do this work. And to Rick's point about having businesses, we're being forced to divert our attention to subsidize the state of Connecticut. And that feels, it's reasonable, but to a certain degree. So to wrap up, that's my summary, is just that every place where we go to advocate, I hope you see the dotted line between appropriations, between this, between insurance, and all the other places where we're advocating, because it all matters. Nonprofits are really suffering, and we are hitting a breaking point. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I see it as well through all the nonprofits I work with and talk to, and just in terms of funding cuts, what that has mean to your sort of number of clients that you are working with over time. How has that changed?
So the number of people we work with is not reduced. Our contract asks us to serve a certain number of individuals, and that expectation stays. So what happens is, if we have people leave and we have less staff to do that work, the work is not as good. So I can tell you, I get phone calls from people pretty regularly saying, I don't have a consistent service coordinator. I'm not getting the services that I need. And I don't know what to tell them except to say, maybe call your rep, because you're right. You're right. I don't have enough staff to properly support you the way you should be supported.
So in terms of, maybe the question is ratio, what is this sort of ratio from worker to client served, and how has that evolved in since you were 10 years old working for the agency?
Thank you. I appreciate that. It depends. So we have 14 houses. 4 of them are programs that we offer through DDS, and it really depends on the individual. So we have 3 people in a house that have 24/7 staff. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 people on shift, depending on if there's a one-on-one that's necessary. We have houses that we provide services to young adults or to individuals with harm reduction, with a mental health diagnosis. Sometimes those shifts are individuals, 1 person on shift for upwards of 7 people per house. We have service coordination programs that are a 1 to 20. That's a variety of needs. So a person might be living in their own apartment, but might be at risk of homelessness, might have medical challenges, and you're working with 1 staff to 20 people. But it really depends on the level of service that we're offering.
Okay, thank you so much. I mean, we all know how much consistency of care is so important to folks, especially when you're in a medically fragile situation, or people that really need the extra care. So appreciate it for everything you do. Thank you for being patient and waiting today. Next, we have Timothy Fair.
Oh, good evening. To the Oversight Committee, I want to first commend you all for allowing me, as well as others, to be here to testify today on this bill 7186 and the importance of that. I wasn't going to write anything down, and what I have to say takes more than 3 minutes. So I would invite anyone that would like to further this conversation after today, that I'm welcoming that opportunity. Representative Val. I know how hard it must be to have been serviced in the Department of Corrections and hear people say disparaging things about those that are incarcerated. So I can understand that. My uncle, who was one of my heroes, serviced almost his whole life in the service of the community. He was from school, he went to the Army, he joined the police department for 30 years, he retired as a commander. So I have the utmost respect for authorities. Having said that, I made some bad decisions in my life, and I spent over 30 years of my life incarcerated. In 1976, as a young man, that exposure lasts me till today. And so I had to write down some things because as I listened, the trauma of those experiences of my years of decades of incarceration surfaced. So I had to write some things down in order not to babble when I got up here. So I don't want to alienate anyone, but I'm going to be candid in what I have to say. And it doesn't reflect on any individual, but this is my experience and they're real. And so in 1976, when I'm introduced to the Criminal Justice Department of Corrections, there was teams of officers that I personally dealt with that were bringing pounds. You don't get pounds of marijuana and drugs through a visiting room. Pounds that I had delivered to my cell by groups of officers. And there are those that, you know, that were doing the right thing. But I'm just saying that you don't get, even to this day, you don't get that amount of drugs into facilities through the visiting room. And one example is in McDougal, for example, you don't have contact visiting, correct? I mean, if I'm wrong, I actually, you could say something at the end, whatever. But, and in other facilities, you can't even put your hands on the table in a visiting room. You're not allowed to reach across. If you got an infant child coming to visit you, you're not allowed to even reach across to touch your infant child. You have to keep your hands in visible sight, and you have officers and you have cameras. So this thing that these drugs and things that are coming into the facilities are being brought in by people who's coming in to visit their families, I just can't buy that. But let me go further to say this. We heard words talking about trauma. Humiliation, abuse of power, sexual assault. And this just came to mind as I was sitting there, and I don't mean to be offensive, but imagine being a woman and you're overpowered by a man. And so you have to lie there and accept being sexually assaulted. And you're too ashamed to even admit to anyone that this has happened to you. 20 years later, you know, you bring yourself to talk about this stuff. So that, you know, I think there was a question asked about how do you deal with the trauma? Well, for me, and probably for others, you suppress it. You suppress the realities of what has been done to you. You know, as a man, it's even harder to admit that you've been sexually assaulted. It desensitizes you. So you build a callousness to it. So in the times that I went in and out, when you're first exposed to that, if you have to be remanded, you already built up a callousness to expect that this humiliating experience is what you're going to be subjected to. And I don't think that eliminating the strip searches is going to create that much harm. I just really don't. When you go into a visit, or just, let me give you another example. There are 2 times a year throughout the state of Connecticut, in every facility, they have a total lockdown where every man, woman in the state of Connecticut that's in a correctional facility is strip searched in groups, right? Every cell is searched for drugs, paraphernalia, whatever, any type of contraband. A week or 2 later, you find more drugs in the facilities. How is that happening? When you have literally cleaned the area of any type of paraphernalia, any type of contraband, anything. So I think from my experience, from my personal opinion, everything within the Department of Corrections is under the umbrella of safety and security. Safety and security. That's what you hear. Safety and security. Everything is built on safety and security. And that's just a loophole to cover up if you as a legislator, I don't know if things have changed, but as you as elected officials were to say that you wanted to go in and visit the correction in any facility, you have to give them a forewarning before you can go in. The commissioner has to advance them that he's coming in to visit so that they can clean up the facilities, hide things away. I just think that there's unnecessary and unjustifiable harm that's being done with these body searches, these body cavities, and to make fun that it's either by choice or by force. That's a term that's used, either by choice or by force. And people laugh at you knowing that you're going to be, if you deny them to look up into your rectum, that you're going to be overwhelmed by other staff, chained up, and no telling what might happen to you at that point. So yeah, you kind of suppress that.
Thank you, Mr. Fair, for your testimony. It takes a lot of bravery to come and speak about this, and I know what you've talked about is difficult and causes additional trauma. Is there any additional comments, questions? Representative Vale.
Thank you for coming up here. Maybe someday when you're up here, we have a chance to talk about your experience. And I think it's meaningful to talk to someone directly who's had that experience. You know, again, at the end of the day, and I agree with you, they always clean everything up when they know a tour's coming through. So if any of my colleagues go for a tour, you're not really going to get the real feel of what it's like there. And there's only 2 people that are in a jail or a prison 24/7. And that's the incarcerated and the correction officers, right? Everybody else works in different shifts. And although the difference is we get to go home, but there is a lot of interaction between us directly, probably more so than any other 2 groups in there. And in our training, when I started in 1996, we had a pretty extensive amount of training back then, and there was nothing negative about like the training. So at that time, I have been out of corrections since 2009. I know it's not a place that changes quickly, but there was never any type of negative insinuations between how you should treat someone. We were taught about interpersonal communications skill, understanding different cultures, all kinds of different things, and then also understanding how to deal with very tense situations. Again, and so I just think it's important that we have this conversation and moving forward, because there's probably more that we would agree upon than that we would disagree upon, and we can probably find some reasonable solutions that would work for everybody. Make it more humane, make a safer environment for everybody. But we have to have conversations together, and I think people, not just people that represent corrections officer or people in administrations, but the actual workers themselves that have that first line, like you had your experience and I had mine, and obviously yours was much more traumatic than mine. I wouldn't even try to compare it, but it definitely isn't a positive experience either. So if we have those conversations more openly, I think we could find ways to get this done. So I appreciate you coming up. I know it's not easy. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And
Thank-
and if I could just say that my experiences with the staff personally has been pretty positive for the most part. I must say that. I have correctional officers that live in my neighborhood today who I say that we are friendly. We're not friends, but we are friendly. We can socialize, we can have conversations. One officer's mother lives a couple of doors down from me. There's never a day in the summertime that he passes by my house that we don't stop and talk. And it's not all about prison experience, it's just about life, So coming from that perspective, if we could have a further conversation, I would appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Oh, Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to thank you again for coming up here. And I also want to thank you for prefacing that this is more about a bigger issue and not about the individuals. It's about, we have bad actors and good actors and everything. And I just want to thank you for recognizing that and prefacing that on the onset of your conversation, because a lot of times conversations, when they start off negative or damning or demonizing, which I don't believe yours is or was, sadly, sometimes it closes ears that should be open. And I continue to look forward to more of what you would have to say. I would continue to keep advocating because I believe the more people that have these personal experiences, whether they are good or bad experiences, we can't advocate and fight for you if we don't know where we need to be advocating and fighting. So that's why it is so important that you do keep showing up and testifying, and that you make sure that we do our due diligence, but at the same time recognize that you do have foes on all sides looking to make sure that nobody goes through what you have gone through. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. It is a collective effort to bring about change, and regardless of your political persuasion, collectively we can get it done in the sense of humanity. And when you talk about costs, how much is a human life worth? What is the expense we're willing to pay to save a life? I mean, how much is it worth? When we talk about the monetary value of these scanners, I think if it reduces the trauma and the death that occurs in some occasions, I think it's well worth it.
And I couldn't agree with you more. And that was one of the questions I had posed a number of hours ago to another person that testified. We also, I believe with these scanners, we can maybe not have history repeat itself. Our history in our systems have been not really positive, so I think as we go forward, a human life, it's irreplaceable. The trauma that we deal with is expensive, and damaging, because it's not just damaging financially, it's damaging emotionally. It destroys families, it destroys communities. It's something that if we could minimize that harm and do no harm, which is what we hope to do, that maybe something like this would get people on a path of recovery, redemption, whatever you want to call it, to be able to reintegrate and not have this additional baggage once you're released, but actually be able to move on. Emotional scarring is something that you never get over. And like I mentioned to another person that testified. Post-traumatic stress, you never know when it's going to hit. I have friends of mine that are veterans that came back from active service. 4th of July, they have to hide. We all enjoy those fireworks. It's not enjoyable to them. So we don't know what could trigger. We don't know what somebody's personally experiencing, but we have to be sympathetic and understanding. And I do agree with you. The cost is immeasurable. I think that this is something, that we surely should be doing. And again, thank you again for your testimony.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fair.
You all have a good day.
You too. Raymond Garcia. Remote.
Hello?
There you are. Sir,
Oh,
you have 3 minutes.
okay, great. Greetings to the chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and other esteemed members of this committee. My name is Ramon Garcia, a resident of Hartford, and today I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 7186, an act requiring a report concerning the use of body scanning machines and strip and cavity searches in correctional facilities. I can attest that the strip and cavity searches conducted within correctional facilities throughout Connecticut are weaponized by many Department of Corrections officers in order to humiliate and dehumanize people and have nothing to do with safety nor security. Some of these searches are sexually motivated, others are retaliatory. Personally, I have witnessed and experienced many such incidents, such as the time I was placed into solitary confinement at Corrigan CI for using the bathroom during facility count. It is DOC procedure that all individuals put into solitary confinement are strip searched. During this process, a correctional officer told me to put my fingers in my mouth, but to first lift my testicles and then put my fingers in my mouth. And last I heard, this officer was promoted to lieutenant. Another example is after arriving at Osborne Correctional Institution in Somers, Connecticut for a technical parole violation, I noticed that the strip searches there were on a whole nother level of grotesque. About a half a dozen guards would pack a makeshift courtroom they used for searches with about 24 people. We would be made to strip side by side out in the open in front of everyone. When I complained about this after citing the policies regarding strip searches, that no other persons not involved with the search should be present, etc., I was retaliated against. One day after a visit, I was made to wait last to be searched. There was about a dozen COs standing there. One of the COs then made me strip down, taking longer than usual. After squatting and coughing, he told me to stand back up and bend over slow. I squatted once more, but he continued to try and make me bend over slowly. After some time, I told him I already did what he asked. He asked me if I was refusing. After about 10 minutes, 2 lieutenants walked in and asked if I was refusing. Standing there naked in front of a dozen officers for such time, I asked, does it look like I'm refusing? They then made me put on my clothes and go back to my cell. I asked to speak to state police, citing PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act, and they stripped me down again and placed me in solitary confinement for my safety. Several hours later, they said, I can get you out of the hole right now. Just sign this waiver and cease your request to see state police. Not seeing much of a choice, I complied. I wrote lawyers and anyone I thought could help to no avail. It's like if you're poor and you can't afford a savvy lawyer, you'll never see justice in the state. just another case of oppression swept under the rug. Thank you very much for your time. Respectfully.
Thank you very much, Raymond, for your testimony and sharing your personal experience. Any questions? Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
I just wanted to thank you for, I have to say, just, it's hard to sort of listen to some of these narratives and appreciate, it must be even harder to come and retell them. So I just appreciate you being here and your testimony and your advocacy. And for us to really think about a solution here that provides more dignity, that's available, that gets maybe that addresses the same concerns of why there's a search is needed in the first place. And so thank you very much for being here. And again, recounting what is very difficult and just for providing your testimony.
Thank you all for what you do. Good evening.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your testimony. Next, moving on to John Flanders. Okay. Stephen Girilli. Oh,
you got it right. Thank you.
All right.
Good evening, Madam Chairs and distinguished members of the Government Oversight Committee. My name is Stephen Girilli, and I'm the President and CEO of Klingberg Family Centers, a child and family service agency based in New Britain that employs roughly 300 staff and provides over 20 distinct programs. Last year, we served 5,000 children and their family members from 118 municipalities across Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 7184, an act concerning government oversight. And I do want to say I agree with the testimony provided by my colleagues from Kennedy Collective and Reliance Health, and wish that the testimony I am about to give was as well framed as theirs was. This bill would take several steps to improve the issues nonprofits face as we contract with the state to deliver essential health and human services. We appreciate that the bill directs the Office of Policy and Management to evaluate whether the rates that state agencies pay for services are adequately compensating nonprofits for the services they are expected to provide. Most rates have not been adjusted in many years, as service expectations and the demand for services have only increased, as have the costs of providing those services. We have seen cost increases and demand for our services increase concurrently across almost all of our behavioral health programs. In fact, the need for children's behavioral health services is higher now than ever. Yet, as a result of funding that has not kept pace with increased costs and demands, we are facing staffing shortages that have prevented us from meeting that need across all of our behavioral health programs. For example, our extended day treatment program, which is an after-school program for young children with significant behavioral health needs, has been running for over a year at only 65% of its normal capacity due to contractual requirements that we can't afford to meet. We are turning away referrals at a time when the need for them has been unprecedented. Other examples include, we are currently serving 25% fewer families in our outpatient clinic because we're unable to hire bilingual clinicians to meet the needs of our service population. Our family visitation program has a waiting list. Staffing shortages in our foster care program have reduced our ability to recruit foster homes, leaving children and youth waiting longer to live within a family. And the effectiveness of our advocacy services for child abuse victims has been significantly compromised because we can't get them the therapy services that they desperately need. I urge the committee to support House Bill 7184. I've testified previously about bills to cap tuition rates for private special education programs, and just want to comment on some of what the earlier speaker said. I really felt like he was generalizing from a handful of for-profit, non-public special education schools to the entire sector and industry, and I don't think that creates or provides an accurate picture of the situation we have. Thank you for your time and for your consideration, and would be happy to answer any questions if any of you isn't very eager to get home.
Thank you very much. I know several of us have another hearing to go to after this, so, but thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, it's okay.
You sure? Okay. Thank you so much. Amber, oh, sorry. Next, Megan Gorman. Very patient lady. Thank you very much for the penultimate. Yes.
Hello, everyone, and thank you all esteemed members of the committee for listening to all of our testimony, being here today, and taking what we have experienced and hopefully bringing that to positive change through legislation. My name is Megan Gorman. I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator for CMHA, Community Mental Health Affiliates. We're a large behavioral health provider situated out of Central Connecticut, and we serve upwards of 7,500 individuals every year. Fun fact, at least one from every municipality in Connecticut, so we do care for your constituents. I'll be brief, as many of the points made by my colleagues more illustriously before me are the same. Nonprofits have not received adequate funding for decades, longer than I've been alive. And the proposed bill that we see before us, HB 7184, has the potential to make real, lasting, incremental, but important changes to how we fund nonprofits. And I will share a few examples with you today about how nonprofits do the impossible every day with the little resources that we have. There was a question about timeline for payment. We similarly are paid on a quarterly basis by DMIS, Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, as well as DCF. However, we also have a substantial line of credit with our organization that is always at the ready, because it is not a possibility, it is a strong likelihood that our payments are going to be delayed. The cost of living, or the COLA that was mentioned by others beforehand, that was, I will clarify, provided through ARPA funding, and the language surrounding that, calling it a COLA, caused more confusion because it's nothing that we can look to as being maintained in these coming fiscal years. It was a one-time cost of living adjustment, upward 2% or so. And we are still waiting for that from the Department of Children and Families. That has not been seen. The proposed fiscal year 26 budget that claims to have a $30 million increase for nonprofits is effectively still a decrease because it does not compensate for the one-time ARPA dollars that this state used as a blood transfusion for the nonprofits that continue to hemorrhage. There was another example prior to COVID where we were waiting for opioid dollars. We are directly providing services to the homeless, to people who are reintegrating society after leaving York Institute or Osgood, and we could not provide them. I'll correct that. We could not get paid for the services we were providing them, and we were denied payment for 60 days. And when we took this up and we went to the state agency and we made a stink about it, it was, oh, it got left on somebody's desk and they forgot to forward it. So that is just mind-boggling to me, but it really isn't, because it underlines what we already know in the nonprofit world, is that we are not viewed as equals. We are not viewed as the frontline healthcare, the frontline responders, the frontline heroes, as we were called in COVID. We're not honored in that way. We are consistently asked to do more with less. The need increases. Our staffing, we can't keep up with the need, and we can't keep up with the rising cost of inflation. There are just so many examples that I could share of where our staff go out of their way to make things happen. I'm not a clinical staff person. I've driven clients in my cars to appointments. I've helped de-escalate people in our lobbies because the case manager can't get down in time. We are all hands on deck. It's on fire. The ship is sinking. However many metaphors or allegories I can throw at you doesn't satisfy this fear that I think all of us have, that we are forgotten. We are going to continue to do our absolute best, and we have done that with very little. But anything that you can do, either through the Government Oversight Committee, Appropriations, Health and Human Services, we are what is helping your most at-risk constituents. We serve children as young as several months old whose parents are involved with DCF, trying to live a clean life. We work with families that are trying to reunify. We work with the homeless. We work with the chronically ill. We have run a residential program at my organization for upwards of 30 years, and we told the state, we can't continue to do this with what little dollars you give us. And they said, okay, you don't have to do it, then we'll go out to rebid. No one bid for it, because they literally said, if CMHA can't do it, how are we expected to do it? We were then able to go to the table and renegotiate, and many of us do that as best as we can across programs, pull and trade dollars here and there wherever we can to stay afloat, but it is not sustainable. We know this. And so I implore you all, whether red, blue, purple, green, whether you live in Bristol or New Britain or Waterbury, Thomaston, Summers, Southbury, we are here and we are helping your constituents, but we can't continue to do the impossible, and only you, with the power you have where you're seated, can make this change.
Thank you, Megan, for your testimony. We hear it from a lot of agencies, which is why we picked it up in this committee to make sure that, you know, one way or another, we look at it and we get it happening. I think for me, one of the key issues, like you brought up, is managing the cash flow and making sure that you were able to meet your payroll. Because what would happen to you as an employer if you didn't pay somebody because you hadn't received payment in time? You'd be in trouble. So I appreciate all your work. It is very, very valuable. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Just checking online. Nope, I think we're good. Thank you so much. Alyssa Gorduty. And apologies if I mispronounced your name. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you so much for your time and attention. As you've had a very long day, I will try to be brief. I'm Alicia Gaduti. I am the president and CEO of Edelbrook Behavioral and Developmental Services. I'm also the president of the board for the Children's League of Connecticut. We represent 11 nonprofit organizations whose missions are to serve children and families. Thank you so much for your attention to many important issues today. I want to lend my voice of support to my colleagues from the Kennedy Collective, Reliance Health, Klingberg, CMHA, the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance, and many others, and just a word of appreciation for you raising Bill 7184 and really your thoughtfulness and your attention to the challenges facing nonprofit human service providers across the state that are serving their constituents. But today I want to speak with you about Senate Bill 1467. At Edelbrook, we provide an array of residential, community, and educational services to kids with the most significant needs. We serve children with autism spectrum disorders that, prior to us serving them, were served in out-of-state treatment programs all over the country. Kids with the most significant needs that public schools turn to us for our expertise, for our collaborative work, our small classroom settings, our specialized school buildings, to really make sure that kids can get the needs met that are identified in their individualized education plans. We partner with school districts. We consider ourselves, though, nonprofits, but in many cases an extension, and hand in hand working with districts and families. And we recognize that the cost of special education are increasing and that they place hardships on school districts. As a matter of fact, I'm going from here right to the Board of Education in Cromwell, where I serve as a member. So I'm very familiar with the rising cost of special education. And we know there are a lot of factors that impact that. I'm asking that you take this bill and expand the scope. We've written to the Commissioner for the State Department of Education with the same requests. This bill specifically only addresses the costs of private special education providers, but we're asking that it be expanded to include RESCs, the Regional Education Service Centers. They provide a significant amount of special education services and are not subject to the same regulatory standards that we are as approved private special education programs. We ask that this study looks at transportation services, which in many cases amount to just as much of the cost as what the services are during the day. for a lot of students. We feel like we could play a key role in consolidating, collaborating, and creating efficiencies among transportation providers. We have 60 vehicles that line up every morning outside of our school in Cromwell for 90 students. That could absolutely be an area where we could glean some cost savings and efficiencies for districts. And we can help do that. We asked that the study look at evaluating for-profit versus nonprofit. You've heard a lot of testimony, but I want to be clear, as Mr. Girelli stated earlier, most of the organizations that provide approved private special education programs are nonprofit. We're celebrating our 125th year. We started out as an orphanage, and we do this work because it is our mission to serve kids and families and to serve them as close to home as possible. That is who we are. We do it as efficiently as we possibly can, and any cost savings gleaned from our rates are put right back into services so that we can continue to serve more. And look at approved versus non-approved providers. There is a distinction. Those that are approved, we have to meet significant standards. We are highly regulated, and I just want to make sure that that's clear. We also would be willing to negotiate if districts need to know what their rates are earlier in the school year. We can provide, as done in some other states, draft rates. We can assure that our rates, which all of my colleagues do, don't change throughout the year unless they're specifically because a
If you can
student's
please
IEP
summarize,
changed.
that
I'm
would
sorry.
be great. Thank you.
So in general, in essence, I'm just asking that you look at this bill, expand the scope of the bill so that we can get at the true cost of special education and really address root causes that are much more significant than what's identified in this bill. Thank you.
very much. Senator, I could go, Jared.
Thank you very, and I do have a question. Sorry to hold everyone. I know there's other meetings. But thank you very much for your testimony. That was one of the reasons that we asked to look at this. And I appreciate your comment about expanding that scope. And I'm sorry we didn't actually hear testimony today from the State Department of Education, because we did want to get a sense as a co-chair of the Special Education Committee, how these costs have been, what was the oversight of these costs that got us to this point? And so one of my questions for you is, what does the State Department require from you in terms of reporting on these costs every year? Is there an annual filing? Is there any data that they collect? I mean, if you can give us a little more information on sort of what's being provided, because at this point, we don't even know how to assess the difference between whether it's reasonable, the charges that are coming from nonprofits versus for-profits, because that data doesn't seem to be available. So has that been collected at all? I mean, I presume you have it, but have you been asked to give that to anybody?
So no, good question. So our rates are set by individual providers, set their rates based on the market. The State Department of Ed looks at a whole array. I mean, we give them a book like this about the services that we provide. But to my knowledge, there isn't a central database for what all these programs cost. Districts know because districts are sending families out to us and they know what they can afford to pay. And I know that from my role as on the Board of Ed, what programs cost, but I don't know that there's a central database. The problem would be every school has different rates based on the specialty services that they're providing. So our services for kids with autism may look different than Steve Girelli's program, who spoke earlier, because he serves kids with behavioral health challenges. So the staffing looks different. The class size is different.
No, absolutely. Understand. And to your knowledge, are there non-approved providers that are getting state dollars? My understanding was that money is not going to non-approved providers except in certain particular circumstances after a hearing where there may have been some exceptions. But is that your general understanding?
I know students were sent to out-of-state programs that were not approved in the past. We've dealt with that with the Department of Developmental Services and in times in the past. So I know that particular example, but it's certainly a question for State Department of Education or for the districts that are sending them. But essentially our concern is if there's a cap on these rates, then many students will have to look to out-of-state because they won't be able to access services here, and it would ultimately be more costly for districts.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. We do have one person left online, Lily Murray. She's still an attendee. This is your final call. All right. Anybody else in the room that wanted to testify that hasn't testified? Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn the March 11th Government Oversight Committee public hearing. It is 6:15 p.m. I hope everyone has a good evening and safe drive home.